The best thing.
Yeah. Well, not mine. Tech people start thinking of ways to get around this problem. Okay, we're on YouTube. No, not unless somebody can figure it out, because the system's not working. Is there some way to hook it directly to some cable? No, Matt, you know,
Yeah. No problem. I wouldn't. You know the lawyer will break it further, right? There's the reason I went to law school.
There's a way for us to bypass.
Hi, does Trevor still have the technician's phone number to give him a call? Okay, I'll send it to both of you from last December, and I'd give them a call and see if he can do it. And then I assume I tried to call Trevor to see what he actually did downstairs, but he didn't answer his phone. Okay.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we are so grateful for the opportunity we have to come together as a community to discuss the things and issues and opportunities we have as a city together. We're so grateful for all of our representatives who took the time to show support for our beautiful city and our wonderful valley. We ask a blessing upon all of our firefighters, our police, our military, and all those serving to protect us, that they may be watched over. Help us that as we discuss all of the items we have tonight, that we will all have an open heart and an open mind and be able to discuss things to the betterment of our community for now and for the future. We are so grateful for the opportunity we have to live in this beautiful earth with, and grateful for the moisture we are receiving. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. We're going to begin this evening with a discussion on the dust mitigation legislative options that we may have. We've invited some of our elected officials here, and we're grateful for them to be here. We appreciate their attendance. We've got Senator Ann Milner. We've got all three of our commissioners here. That's fantastic. Bob Stevenson, Randy Elliott, and Lorene Kamalu. Sorry, I'm working on that. Not very. And Steve Handy from the House of Representatives. So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. So the issue we've got, it's been an ongoing issue that we've had forever in South Weber. I've lived here my whole life, and I can remember from being a young child, the situation that we've had with the gravel pits. We've looked extensively into what our options are, and we keep coming up with not much that we have been able to do. And we thought our best option, our only option, or we needed to turn to, was our legislative branch and see if there isn't something that we can do to get some regulations on these gravel pits. We know that in researching this out, we've talked to the DAQ. We've had some real good discussions with them, and nothing has come from that. Quarterly, we do meet with both gravel pits, and on a committee meeting, and feel like, you know, we have some positive things going, but then we see little results from that's coming out of the meetings that we have with them. We had some pictures that we wanted to show you, but I don't think that we're going to be able to have those. Do you have those, Lisa?
Yes.
Great. There's nothing like a visual to show you exactly what we're dealing with a lot of our residents. And it's been very frustrating for them and very frustrating for us in what we've been able to find out that we can do. We do, while she's looking those pictures up, we have a Councilman Soderquist every week does he's got dust boxes set out all around the gravel pit area, does a dust collection, and we monitor that and we record that. Some weeks are much worse than other weeks. You know, if it's rained or if we've got moisture, of course, we're not going to be as bad. But it's good that we've been able to have that to look at, and we give that to the gravel pit so they can have an indication of what's going on and what specific areas of their pits are causing the most problems. And it's great information. So these pictures, that right there is, I can't.
Mayor, if you'd like, I can give you some
I can't
context
see
to
that.
these.
Very good.
So this is through a number of citizens throughout the city. So some of these locations are closer to the gravel pits and some are as far as 4 or 5 miles away. So on the left, you see South Weaver Drive, this is just an everyday morning. You can see the dust blowing into the city. On the right is, wait, is that your right? Yeah, you're right. That is an air filter to somebody's home. They reported that that's 60 days old. So that's how much is coming through their home. You can go ahead and flip, Lisa.
That's the one I wanted. That one right there. That is South Weaver Drive. Believe it or not, there is some asphalt under there somewhere. But that's how bad it gets.
Do you have a question?
And the one on the right, you saw the gutter, you know, that had
There.
2 or 3 inches of
You have a question.
Bob.
Yeah, real quick, I'm going to assume that the main culprit is Parsons.
It is.
Okay, and then as far as when you guys meet with them, and I'm also going to assume that in the morning when the wind's blowing.
It's when the wind is blowing.
That's the main culprit also.
Right.
Do you guys notice it in a sense when we have rain and we have snow, that there's really no dust because the water's mitigating the problem?
That's correct.
Okay, so when you guys meet with Staker Parsons, are they offering to keep that wet?
We have a contract that was signed, I think, in 2014 with them. And part of that contract says that they will sprinkle and keep that wet, and they have not. Last year, when the drought became an issue, came and says, well, we don't have the water, so we can't sprinkle it down. Well, that's fine, but so what do we do? You know, we're still dealing with the problem. So they've got that. They've got a reseeding program. They're supposed to reseed every year, and we haven't been able to hold them to that. They haven't reseeded for at least the last 2 years that I know of. So yeah, we've got some a contract with, you know, 8 or 10 items that we bring up to them, but we still have an issue with it.
If my memory's correct, which at this point might maybe not, but they are in South Weaver, they're not in unincorporated county.
They're in South Weaver, both of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm wondering, and you know, going back to this, is that it seems like to me like this type of stuff here, that if you're not, you know, it's kind of like with water. If water is leaving your property, going on your neighbor's property, you're responsible to get rid of the water.
Right.
As far as it goes. And I'm wondering if between all of us, state and county, because there may be something that we could do, we have to check with our attorneys to basically put the pressure on the fact that dealing with these situations, that they become responsible for cleaning this up. And if they start to have to be responsible for cleaning it up, they may decide that it's a lot less expensive to turn around and mitigate the thing before they have to go. Now, I don't know if there's anything like that that you guys have looked at.
Dave.
Yeah, we have a good working relationship with both entities, Staker Parson and Geneva, and we are working with them on all the practical levels, and we're doing a lot as far as that's concerned. The issue that we run into is this, and it's really twofold. That there are state statutes that are basically hamstringing us and making it so there's nothing we can do. And you bring up the idea of a nuisance, right? When there's stuff on your property, leaving your property and affecting your neighbors, that's a nuisance. Well, there's a state code there that specifically says that we can't go after gravel pits for nuisance. So that's where I think we're asking for assistance legislatively, because they're doing what they can as far as the watering and trying to reseed, and we have those conversations about the day-to-day operations, but we can't really hammer them because we have nothing to go with. There's nothing on our side.
Yeah, Mayor and Council,
Go,
just a question
Steve.
about you have spoken to the Division of Environmental Quality. State.
Yes.
State, then I assume from what you're saying, Dave, the state is saying we don't have the teeth in the statute to be able to regulate the way that you would like to have it regulated. I mean, just.
Yeah,
Basically, that's what they've
that's
told
well
us.
said. I would only add that they are operating within all of their parameters and their permits.
Okay.
This isn't an air quality issue as much as it is a health and safety issue for our community. And that's where it comes to the nuisance, that we can't go after them because the particles that the Division of Air Quality monitors, they're well within their parameters. Even on bad days, they very rarely get close to their limits. So it's not a regulatory issue as much as a health and safety issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have they tried covering, and I don't want to bring up another sore subject, but I know of this direction where there's been stuff flowing around that we've tried to do a good job of covering with the plastic and try to mitigate the smell and all those types of things. The plastic coverings with how we do that now, I think it's really holding down, and they do put water up there as far as that goes. Have these guys at all talked about screening anything or putting anything?
They haven't talked about capping at all, no. If they can't control it with water, then I think they should look at capping it, yes. Yeah.
They talk about once they've hit a finished floor, a finished slope, that they'll reseed, that they'll revegetate, and they do those things. However, they've also got, I would say, they put walls and barriers around to try to keep dust in, but even if they're keeping 95% of the dust in, that fugitive dust really is still a nuisance. It's still creating concern and affecting daily activities of our residents. I know at the state level, there's lots of conversation about the phrase critical infrastructure, and that we all love our roads and the homes that we live in, and the materials that these companies provide are necessary. And we recognize that. We understand that. But with that being said, we're definitely receiving the brunt of the negative impacts of the benefit to the whole, if that makes sense.
I'm just confused, but has anyone done any type of countrywide search of different gravel pits to find out? There's got to be somewhere in this country where the state law basically says you will control your dust. And if there is somewhere that there's a way someone else that might be I can't believe this is.
California, if I can add, California tried to attack it and they reduced by half, from the health standpoint, the Division of Air Quality, and they're still not exceeding it. So the gravel pit lobby seems to be very powerful, in the whole country. And so it's a difficult situation, and sorry, man, for jumping in, but
go right ahead, Quinn.
from our standpoint, it's the teeth aspect. They're meeting all of the requirements. In order for them to, have their permit to, mine the gravel and whatnot, they have to have a proposal of what they'll do to mitigate it. But that's simply a proposal. It's not monitored. It's not enforced. The only thing that's enforced is if they exceed the regulatory information and requirements that are out there. And so that's what we're struggling with, is the things that we're able to do, don't have any teeth.
Yeah, it
So
feels,
you have a contract with them, that's what I heard.
We do.
We do.
Okay, and that contract has certain requirements in it in terms of what the expectations are about the business.
Right.
And do they fulfill those contract obligations?
for the most part, yes.
But that's not sufficient in order to solve the problem, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Do you want me to address
that'd
this
be great,
in
Jimmy.
rough sketch form? So the laws you're looking at on the screen, I believe both of them were passed in 2019, so they're fairly recent. The contract the city has was, as I understand it, negotiated to avoid land use action on the part of the city. It predated everybody in this room, so there's nobody on the council that was on the council then, and I don't even think anybody on the staff level
Right.
that
It
was
early
present when that was
2000s.
negotiated. But it does require monitoring, and as far as we can tell, it's ebbed and flowed as far as their compliance with the monitoring. When there's been attention given to it, they'll do it for a time. and then stop. And when there's attention brought to it again, they'll do it again for a time and then stop. The real concern with that agreement is that it has no teeth. The only penalty available is a few $100s, and it's, you know, they'll sell a load of gravel and make that up. So there's a horizon on that. It's coming up, but I think the concern we have is we're constrained by state code on what the city can do in terms of land use and nuisance, that those just aren't options, and those are the tools you usually would use to regulate this kind of behavior.
Did you say that it was from 2014?
That's when I think that's when.
The development agreement that we have with Staker Parson was early 2000s.
What was it?
2003.
Okay, I was wrong, yeah.
So does
What was
this
there?
start, like, I don't know what time when it changes and goes down, but is this like starts at 4 a.m. hypothetically goes to 9
It's different every day.
There is in the mornings, it tends to be worse. And Staker Parson tries to not have their crushing machines going during that time. And so they are working with us, and they try to adjust their schedules to not be doing it. The one thing that we can't control is when we get the huge high canyon winds that are severe. And the picture you saw where the road was brown was after one of those where we had 30+ straight hours of high winds. And really, there's nothing that can be done there other than not have any loose, gravel, particle, sand. But
the everyday or
the everyday is still taking place. And
something else?
yeah, and Commissioner Stevenson, we get some from Layton. We've got boxes that have been faced towards Layton, and it's still coming off. It's not anything, it's about 1/10 of what we're seeing coming from the gravel pits, but we still get stuff if there's a storm coming from the south, coming up over the top. And our citizens on the west end get a lot of that, and some of them just directly here south of us get it as well. But our main focus is right now just to the east.
You were here?
That was a windy day, yes.
Where I live on the east side of Catesville, we get really bad wind. We have an impact too, but it's not with dams and that sort of thing, it's not wind itself damage, but, so I'm familiar with the wind, I'm familiar with how difficult it is when we get the more extreme conditions, but yeah, it was a thing that it was kind of good for me to be coming here and to stop at Burley Burger because I'm starving, and my car door was dangerous because the wind tried to whip it back on me, and there's something about what I noticed. Well, it'll probably come to me, but it was a thing. Yeah, and I like to focus on, what can be done. Oh, here's what I was gonna ask. When there's something like that comes up, either expected in the forecast or unexpected, do they alter their operations at that time, or is there something they can do? Maybe they're
Clerk.
so big they can't respond or prevent.
Our current contract with them states that if the wind gets above, I believe it's 25 miles an hour, they're supposed to cease operations, but that doesn't do anything with all the loose stuff that's around.
And they still are seen down there working, and they may not be operating as far as giving out the gravel, but their bulldozers are still down there moving around and moving dirt around.
It would seem to me that the only way this is going to be resolved is the state working with Staker, actually the lobbies, they're going to be Geneva, as far as that goes, but they try to bring you guys, us guys, these guys. If there's a problem, we're going to figure out before we try to start taking this, big hardball game, which somebody may take to a judge, who may overturn or whatever, to try to see it, we can work together and figure out what needs to be, what has to be done as far as it goes. Everybody can always say, well, I was here first, and that's always going to be something. We also have to be respectful that as development goes, these two gravel pits, the reason they're there is because of development. If there was no development, there would be no need for these guys as far as it goes. So they
That's all we want. We want to work with them. We want to work with the state. We just want to get something resolved the best that we can.
Some laws a little bit, just so there is. You guys know legislatively that lobby group is powerful. So it's always they try to speak on.
Yeah. Even with the lobbyists as powerful as they are, though, one of the things that is really impacting the city of it, of course, it is a nuisance, but there's a tremendous health concern from everything from animals to the people that live around here. One that OSHA, for example, actually recognizes the particle size and is looking at. So I was wondering, because last time you were here, I mean, obviously you're so well connected with the county's health department, is that maybe this could also be looked at as a health issue and bring in, a couple of extra players that might also have a stake in it other than just a business. Because like we've all said, we don't have anything against Staker and the business that they do. It obviously helps our city, but at the same time, it can't be money earned on the health of individuals that live within a certain radius.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Mike. I think the one thing dealing with we have to remember with the legislature is that we're sitting right here with people who understand the problem, who are willing to say, yeah, we want to get this taken care of. But you run into people in Wheeler County, you're in Washington County, or Iron County, or Utah County, that lobbyist is saying absolutely not. And this is why it becomes such a hard thing to try to change something like that. But if we can try to, again, my take on it is if we can try to work together and resolve and come up with a bill that these guys agree with, everybody agrees with, then bottom line is we try to resolve the problem. Maybe having the health department involved as far as that, because it goes into that work.
So, I connected you with the right person. in
Yes.
the department.
Roll call.
Yeah, and
He came in.
yeah, and then tell us, inform us what.
Well, he pretty much said this same thing that we found out when we talked to the DAQ, but he came in and gave a demonstration and it was good. But he says, it's a nuisance. It's not necessarily a health issue.
Yeah.
You've got to be PM 2.5, and everything that they've tested out of all the pits along the Wasatch Front has been anywhere from PM 10 to 20 to 40. So it's not the 2.5 that then they can go after and do something with.
Right.
But OSHA does the 0.4, and it's because that particle size when inside the lungs causes the silicosis. Silicosis, thank you. In which those particles are large enough to start scarring the tissue that is inside there and doesn't have a means to expel itself. So OSHA recognizes that, but that is on a work site. So it is a smaller area, but that's why they require mask and ventilation for anyone in that. That same particle size is what we're seeing on a continual basis causing those same kind of effects, or could. I can't say that we have done any study, but so.
Yeah, it seems, and this is so helpful for bring everybody and kind of go through it, that personal agreement, not personal, but the concept to kind of really figure out how to, what options are there for that to become more known?
Well, if I may, the city's bargaining position has eroded, no pun intended, over the last however many years with the changes in state law, right? So it used to be that a municipality, if there were nuisance caused by gravel pit operations, could enforce a civil penalty or fine at the nuisance level, which for a corporation is $5,000 a day. It's a Class B misdemeanor level penalty or fine. And that's now gone, right? So what was negotiated was basically that penalty negotiated down in exchange for the city's forbearance on a land use or rezone of those areas.
Is that on the local gravel pit bill?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So I think the easiest lever that's available statewide, there's this presumption in that law that if they're operating within the parameters of federal, state, and local permits, then they're not a nuisance. And those permits are really geared toward air quality. They're not geared toward nuisance type behavior, which is what we're seeing in these images, right? People having literally to get the snow shovels to get the dust off their driveway and out of the way of their doors, changing filters, on a weekly basis so they can breathe in their homes.
Yes,
Yes.
It got
Yes.
worse and
it's been getting progressively worse. I've been here 10 years in my same home, and I can say that, 10 years ago it was a nuisance. It was annoying. Now it's just detrimental. I mean, it's ruining everything. It's in my home. It's in my fans. It's everywhere.
Is most just coming from down in the pit? Is it swirling up or is it coming along the?
it's coming along the banks probably more so than right down in the pit where their operation is, because they make the cuts and it's all fresh and loose, and then off the walls it comes and over the top.
I would also add that we know we're not unique in this, right? That there are many gravel pits along the Wasatch Front, and I think that you'd hear a similar story from all of the cities and counties that have to deal with that. And so we know that there's more players maybe that have this concern than just those of us in the room. So as you hear interim discussions, if it comes up at all about gravel pit, we would love to play a role in that and provide some of the background and information about what is happening to residents that live nearby these. I don't know if that portion of the narrative is told as much as the other portion, and the need for the materials. So we're happy to play that role and be part of that and help have those conversations. And I'm sure that there are others that would be willing to be involved as well.
Can we get a mic over to them? I don't think Blair can hear what they're saying.
Do you know, who ran it? August?
It was Logan Wild.
Okay.
From where? Where's,
It was up in Morgan.
He's no longer in the legislature,
Okay.
but from. Very controversial.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of, yeah.
Mayor Rod, one of the differences you guys have here is a lot of the ground pits, they're not down there.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, what was that question?
I said that one of the unique things about you guys is that you're at the mouth of a canyon, that you're getting those winds every dang day as far as it goes. And so there's probably not the same complaints from other areas other than when the wind does blow. I mean, we can now look out and see out west when the Great Salt Lake isn't there and the storm's coming in, all the
Right.
dust that's blowing out there. But you guys have a daily problem. And
We
to me,
do.
that's what needs to.
I feel like besides the nuisance, and we've talked about the health issue, but we don't have any studies like Councilmember Dill said about health concerns, but there are several residents that have now have, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, respiratory, the cough, that have developed a cough. It's just like a constant cough. And we don't have any proof that it's come from the gravel pits, but with all of this evidence of dirt and dust everywhere, it seems like that would make a logical solution, that that's what's causing it.
Yeah.
Steve, you had a question a minute ago. Do you?
I was just gonna, strategize here a little bit. Just gonna strategize a little bit. I have a really good relationship with the Division of Air Quality. So between myself and Senator Milner, I will talk to the Division of Air Quality and just get a perspective from them. But I really think that and to the OSHA folks, but I really think that as I'm hearing this, more than the nuisance aspect, I think that the health, safety, and welfare is really the critical aspect here.
Agreed.
In today's world, knowing what we know about but we cannot put up with that. That just can't happen today. So we've got to. So that's an action item between myself and.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So you have a resident here who knows, do you know who he is? Yeah,
Michael?
I just met Michael, but he knows my husband, and so to be able to speak kind of in the medical terminology is helpful. Someone who lives here and is, can use that word, all those words. Some are foreign. Well, but I think it's great to look at other communities that have gravel pits, but where you're located has even, I mean, that just amplifies it. It's the downslope winds, right? We talk about that a lot with the windstorms that we experience in Davis County, and they create very unique events. That's what it's called. Our landfill executive director talks about that, and when you have those downslope events, that's when they get all of the stuff that everyone's cleaning up. And so there, for sure, we can find best practices and find other people and relate in the whole state with where we need to go on this, hopefully. But I wouldn't certainly ever downplay the importance and the topography of where you are.
Right.
I do think it's especially unique and especially challenging.
Yeah, I do. We got these pictures, but just to kind of paint a picture of what this is like. This dirt gets on the inside of people's windows. In fact, if you don't clean out your windows enough, it will get under and pop your screens out. You have to clean out your what are those called? Windowsills quite often, or else it will pop it out. But it does get up under, and we have lots of pictures of it being inside people's homes.
Did you show those pictures? We had a couple of the
Just so
windows.
you know, the houses that Rod and I built, there's no leaks.
No. That's
I
right.
thought those were the worst ones, Bob.
I took those homes out, and
Keep in mind, when we're saying the dust and the sand, it's actually enough that it picture in your mind more powdered sugar than
yes,
sand.
yes.
So Mayor and those representatives, I wonder if there's a way we can craft a bill that for those gravel pits that are next to residential areas with a high impact, if we can somehow change them even first and second class counties, something to that effect, that you impact a lot of people in your community. You need to take care of your storm. I mean, the dust that blows off of your facility, some of those other ones in the rural areas where it doesn't really matter as much, not so much care, but in those residential areas where there's a high impact, there's got to be some type of way we can write some legislation in.
Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of it is
Makes
based
sense.
off of their property line. So for example, Shaker Parsons, where their property ends is where they need to monitor, but it doesn't necessarily take into how far it's blowing, which is blowing further than we even thought until we got Quinn's research. So.
Dave, do you have anything else?
No, I'm just grateful for the conversation. Grateful for the
I think it's
time
been
to
a
talk
great
and
conversation, and
Feel like we have partners.
So why don't, you guys will check out on your site.
Yep.
We'll get with our health department. Go
That
through
would be
some of the
really
stuff
helpful.
With them also as far as fellowship.
So far, there's nothing that they can do.
Well,
Because
but what they,
everything is
but,
within.
but Marie, what they may be able to do is say, because of the state law, there's holes we can't do. But there's something these guys can add into the law.
That's what he is about.
Then we can.
For us. And then, Rod, Mayor, I'd love to, come down one morning and go for a ride.
okay,
It's a little easier when you see it.
Yeah.
You're
And as you
welcome to my
guys
house anytime. Come
As
on
you
over.
head out, you can notice on South Weaver Drive here, a lot on the north side of the street, that the grass is raised up over the curb inches because of all the dust settling over the years. So,
thank you very much. We appreciate
thank you.
We will do some homework, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, representatives, for coming.
Okay, our next item on the agenda, we've got a bond presentation by Zion's Public Finance. Mark Anderson is here with us, and we'll have him give that discussion.
Dave, you have the PowerPoint you can bring up.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks,
While they're
Lorraine.
bringing the presentation up, I want to express appreciation for the opportunity to come and visit with the council about potential financing needs. We viewed a pleasure to be able to work with your city and have worked with you in past years. This is my first experience with South Weber, in that I've been with Zion's Public Finance for about 4 years, but before that, I worked in Heber City for 28 years, 20 of those as city manager and 8 as finance director. So I've have a pretty good understanding of local government and the challenges that you face. I've helped finance initial public works facility and a subsequent expansion during the time that I was with Heber City. So Dave asked me to just kind of give a basic presentation on bonding and maybe discuss what are the most practical or most likely ways that we would finance the construction of a public works facility in in your city. So I think he's almost ready.
I think you need to reshare the PowerPoint instead of the email.
There we go. You can just go to the next slide.
Lisa, I don't think Blair can see it.
All I can see is her email.
Just need to change the share.
This is the most recent version?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So if you have questions along the way, please don't hesitate to ask. While she's bringing it up, I'll just mention the city currently has 2 outstanding bonds. One is a sales tax bond that matures in 2029. You make annual payments of about $110,000 a year. The other is a water revenue bond that matures in 2039, and you make payments of approximately $210,000 a year.
Like troubleshooting on the fly.
See that, Blair?
Yep. I can.
Now I can just see.
Now we can see Blair.
Yeah.
Should work now. Okay, so there are basically 4 different methods that entity can use to finance a public project. One is you can save up and set aside, or you can build it incrementally, pay as you go. You can seek grant financing, which is by far and away the best option. But I'm not aware of any grant financing available for the type of project you're considering. And the last is debt financing, or a combination of the four above, could have saved up some money, could do the project in increments, obtain grant financing and borrow for some. So there are advantages and disadvantages to each of those methods. So the advantages of pay-as-you-go is you don't have to pay interest. The negatives are it takes longer to get the project done. And I don't know if my glasses are going to help me, that's far enough away. And inflation. You have the risk of inflation as you wait. And this is a great example of an inflationary time, that if you can lock in construction costs now at a cost lower than, with a financing cost less than the cost of inflation, if you can afford it, it may be, and have the need, it may be a good time to move forward. There is a save up and set aside. You can get interest on your money, and you can avoid paying interest, but it has the same negative consequences. It takes longer to get the project done, and it also, you're subject to inflation. And one of the things that government entities are mindful of is the matching, in that people that are paying for the project ought to be the ones that are benefiting from it. So if you save up for a long period of time to do a project, those that may have generated the revenues for you may not be the ultimate beneficiaries of it. The next option is grants. Obviously, there's no interest that you have to pay, and you can get the project, done quickly, assuming the grant revenues are readily available. There are more likely strings attached to grant funds that may have negative consequences to the project as far as affordability. It can be an arduous process to be able to get the grant funds. On the debt financing, advantages, those who pay for the project are the ones that benefit from it, and the project's usually completed faster. The negative is you pay interest. It costs more because of the interest cost. So just real quickly, what are municipal bonds? They're basically an IOU. You, as the city, would issue bonds to complete a project. In return, you make bond payments back to those who have lent you the money. So I've identified the typical types of bonds that would be used to finance a public works facility specifically. The first one's a general obligation bond, which is a voter-approved bond. The security is the government pledges that it will raise property taxes sufficient to be able to make the annual debt service payments. The repayment source is, any source that the government chooses to use it, but they, like, for example, I worked with Kane's school district on a general obligation bond for a new elementary school. And they said, we won't actually raise taxes to do this, but if we are able to get a general obligation bond authorization, we'll obtain a lower interest rate in the market by doing so. But when we found that still 30% of the people still opposed the issuance of the bonds, even though it wouldn't have any economic impact on them. The authority has to be done by election, and it has the best interest rate that's available. General obligation bonds do. Utility revenue, that would be something that may be likely because you probably have water, sewer, maybe other utilities, pressurized irrigation. I'm not sure exactly all the utility funds that you have here in South Weber that would be benefiting from the construction of the new facility. The security is you promise that you'll maintain rates such that you can provide the required coverage that the bond covenants require. In most cases, that means that you have to have your net revenues, excluding depreciation, have to be at least 125% of your bond payments. And you would have those existing covenants on the existing water bond that you have right now.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Our net revenues have to be 125% of
What your bond payment would
of
be.
bond payment. Thank you.
So net revenues is, in this case, is operating revenues minus operating expenses, excluding depreciation expense, because depreciation expense is a non-cash expense. To calculate, what monies are available for debt service. The utility revenue bonds can be done by resolution of the council, and they have a slightly higher interest rate associated with them than a general obligation bond. The next one is excise tax revenue. That would include sales tax, franchise tax, could even include Class C road funds as a potential revenue source. Once again, the repayment source can be any source that the city ultimately chooses to pay for it, but that's what you're pledging. And usually when you're pledging sales tax, you have to have what we call 2 times coverage. Your sales tax revenue have to be at least twice what your annual debt service payments are. You can't control your sales tax revenues. So you can't covenant to maintain a certain ratio, but you're precluded from issuing additional bonds if you can't meet that ratio. The bonds can be approved by resolution, and they have a similar rate as a utility revenue bond. Lastly, we have a lease revenue bond that's typically issued through a local building authority. I don't believe that South Weber has created a local building authority from what I can see. I may be wrong. The security for the lease revenue bonds is the property itself. And so you have to have title insurance to secure the loan with the asset as the collateral. It can be done by resolution. It typically has the highest of the rates that I've identified, and it doesn't specifically pledge a revenue source. It says we'll make all of our resources available to make sure that the annual lease payment gets paid. And it's a annual appropriation type bond. Unlike the others, they're not subject to annual appropriation. Theoretically, the council could decide, well, we really don't want to pay the bond payment this year, and that you can do that, but you'll lose the asset and you'll greatly harm your ability to issue debt in the future.
So can I ask another question?
Please.
When you say that this, the lease revenue bond has a higher interest rate typically, what's a roundabout? When you say higher, is it twice the rate, a few percentage?
Let's say 20 basis points or 0.2%.
Okay. Thank you.
And the longer the term of the bond, the higher the spread that might be. But the lease revenue bonds do require a creation of a local building authority to issue those. Lease revenue bonds are pretty common for a project of this type because you probably have water revenues that you'd expect to pay for it, sewer revenues, general fund revenues for the road component. You may have impact fees in the road fund or the water or the sewer fund that would be a source. When I was with Heber City, the last bond we issued was actually a sales tax bond, but all the repayment sources were those things I just described. But in Heber, we had a really robust commercial area, and so we had plenty of ability to issue sales tax bonds. where you're much more limited here. And I've eaten at half of the places that, in your commercial district. I apologize.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Tell me one more time. So I'm trying to take notes so I can understand the difference between all of them. So the lease revenue bond, we have to create a lease.
A local building authority.
Local building authority.
And it's the exact same body that you'd see here. And what happens is the local building authority issues the debt. The city enters into an agreement with the local building authority to lease the building and make the debt service payments. And that allows us to issue debt on an annual appropriation basis.
Thank you very much.
I would add that that probably sounds somewhat complicated, that the city council creates a separate entity that is still the city council. It's just kind of a paper trail more than anything. It's still the city council and the city that is going through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just this afternoon, we had one created for Wasatch County Fire District for their ability to issue bonds for a new fire station. Okay.
Can I ask another
Please.
question? Do any of these bonds allow you to pay them off early, or are they all set?
It depends on who the purchaser is and how they're sold. For example, I know you're mindful that West Bountiful City is building a new public works facility. I worked with them on the financing of that last August. Bank of Utah actually purchased that. It was a 20-year bond. And Bank of Utah offers a callable at any time bond that allows you to pay the bonds off early without any penalty. The only provision is that you have to, if you're doing a partial repayment, you pay off the next bond payment that's due. And in that bond, Bank of Utah's case, it isn't a fixed rate for the entire term of the bonds. Each year has its own separate interest rate that's ascending. So you're picking off the lower interest rate coupons versus the highest at the end. But it still gives you a tremendous amount of flexibility. And that's the option that West Bountiful chose. And in that case, they also offered what was called a strip call that said, if you've borrowed more money than you really think you need because we're such in a unique and volatile environment for construction costs right now, we'll allow you to return some of the bond proceeds and they'll equal and apply it against all future payments, so you'll still have equal payments. But they ordered their building in October, and I think it's due to arrive in August.
I think one of the takeaways is there are lots of options and lots of ways to kind of skin the cat, and we can find out what is the best one for us. But the general parameters and the general types is really where you want to make your initial decisions.
And just in further answer to your question, if you issue bonds in the market, the public bond market, typically they will have a 10-year call protection. And you have both of the bonds that you have outstanding right now are call protected. They can't be refunded early.
Call means pay off early.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a 10-year call protection means you can't pay it off until after 10 years, but there are ways where you can pay them off early. Yes.
Yeah, you can do what we call Cinderella bonds that are issued taxable and escrowed proceeds to defease them when they become callable. But that's probably too much information today. So what are the advantages of issuing general obligation bonds, or what are the disadvantages? So as I indicated before, it provides the lowest interest rate. It doesn't impact existing city revenues. In fact, it generates a new revenue source if people agree to have their property taxes raised to make the debt service payment. The impact to the residents decrease as time goes on, as your taxable value in your community increases, and it allows for voter input. And as political people, you know, that's always something you're looking for, is to make sure the public has input. The disadvantages of holding a general bond election is it's only can be done once a year. You'd have to adopt an election resolution by middle of August if you wanted to put it on a ballot in November. They're hard to pass. Well, some are harder to pass than others. I don't know that a public works building is a really a project that would get citizens excited as to how it benefits them directly. I'm not mindful in the 4 years that I've been with the science that anybody's passed a GO bond for a public works facility. If the bond election fails, the city may still have a need, and then it's hard and still may need to move forward with the project, and that brings some political criticism. And lastly, it allows for voter input, which is a double-edged sword, because you understand that the needs of the city much better than the average citizen. And it's hard to, it's very difficult to communicate those needs in some instances to where citizens readily embrace it. So utility revenue bonds, advantages to issuing utility revenue bonds, they probably do a better job of matching the revenue that's being pledged with the fund that's benefiting from the project. So in your case, you know, the water and sewer with a public works building probably make a lot of sense. But there's probably 4 or 5 different components as to who's benefiting from this building in the city. Utility revenues are seen as a reliable source of revenue. Yes.
As I'm chewing on something, sorry.
I hope
It's one of,
covered up.
it is, and it's amazing, thank you.
She's got her staff on.
I know, don't tell. So I had a question, as you say that, this utility bond, revenue bond, so that relates to our storm drain discussion, right? Is this the only type of bond where that would apply, to have to repay from that fund? I'm not communicating that clearly, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I think it's important to recognize that what you pledge as your promise to pay off the bond does not have to be the money that you actually use to pay off the bond. But in our case, with our storm drain rates and the conversation that we're having with that, the healthier our funds are, not only plays into what we have available to pay off the bond, which storm drain rates would be included in that, but it also makes it possible for us to have a better bond rating if our funds are healthy, and those are going to be revenue sources to pay it off. And so then we get better interest rates.
But it doesn't, but having a healthy fund and keeping that, what am I trying to say? Does that matter which type of bond we go with? If we have to pledge this money, part of the reason that I feel about the storm rate, and I'm not getting into that, but we have to have that money to pay for the bond for this building. Is that the case regardless of which bond we go with?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Again, what money you need to pay it off and what money you secure it, whether you call it a sales tax and you pledge sales tax, or you do general obligation, and that's maybe a separate one because it is a specific revenue stream. But all the others, MBA bond, sales tax revenue bond, utility revenue bond, you're essentially saying what you're pledging as going to be how you pay it off, but then all the revenues you have available are ones that can go into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt
There's a little
again. I
bit of
just
a-
wanted to
there's
make
a little
sure.
bit of a distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and utility revenue bonds are authorized by resolution, so it's fairly easily done. Disadvantage, looks like I have a typo in there. Disadvantage to issuing utility revenue bonds, it should, instead of excise sales, typically require 1.25 times coverage, which means your net revenues have to be 125% of your bond payments. It doesn't generate any new revenues to aid in the payment of the service through the issuance of the bonds. And they typically have a slightly higher interest rate than the GO bond. Advantage to issuing excise sales tax revenue bonds. They usually meet coverage requirements to issue bonds for the general fund related type of projects. So as I indicated, you have one existing sales tax bond outstanding that matures in 2029. For 2021, the State Tax Commission reported that you had about almost $1.3 million in sales tax revenues. So if you had a debt service payment of $500,000 a year, it would pretty much consume all of your ability to issue sales tax bonds until you have those revenues increase or get other bonds paid off. And so a little bit nervous about sales tax bonds are one of the easiest issues by cities. So to a certain degree, it's something that the city would want to consider if they want to keep that tool in reserve and use another source as to if they choose to move forward with the issuance of debt for a new building. So disadvantages, if you pledge a sales tax, it's not readily available for other projects. In your case, you'd have very little bonding capacity, I would anticipate, with sales tax. You could potentially combine it with franchise tax, but that convolutes the existing bonds that have a single revenue pledge right now. Doesn't generate any new revenues, and it's still a higher interest rate than a GO bond, and probably in the 15 to 20 basis points higher than a GO bond as well. Lastly, lease revenue bonds. As I indicated, they don't pledge a specific revenue source. It's just all available resources of the community to make the payment. It works really well when you have a project that's being funded by several sources, because you have maybe 4 or 5 sources that are small on their own, but together they're sufficient to make the debt service payment. And it can be done by resolution of a building authority that have to be created by the city. Disadvantages, it's a lease and it's subject to annual appropriation. It has higher interest rates. You have to obtain title insurance, which is an additional cost of issuance because the asset's collateral for the loan. You enter into a lease between the city and the building authority to guarantee that the bonds are going to be repaid, and there's some additional bond counsel work to create those legal documents. And once again, there's no new revenue sources generated by the issuance of the bonds. So David asked me to briefly cover the steps that are involved in issuing bonds.
Before you do that, could I ask a quick question?
Please.
So timing right now for the bonds, I mean, is this actually a good time to be doing it? I mean, we've just seen some of the increase in other interest rates. Do you have any type of short-term bond forecast that we could look at and see where we're sitting right now? Because I'm trying to figure out if now is the best time to be bonded.
Well, that's a great question, and I can't tell you with certainty. I will tell you that since December, we've seen a consistent rise in interest rate. The Feds last week increased their rate by 50 basis points, or 0.5%. They've indicated that they intend to do that probably another full percentage point this year. And so a lot of the people I'm working with right now are trying to hurry and get their bonds priced because rates have been constantly going up. Can I guarantee that that trend is going to continue? I can't, but all economic indicators right now suggest that that's the case, that they'll continue to rise for the foreseeable future.
Foreseeable future, you think that's a year?
You're asking me questions. It's a guess for me.
That's okay.
I wish I could tell you.
Not knowing is a valid answer, so I appreciate it.
And I'll talk to you a little bit about some of the recent financings I'm involved in and what kind of approach we've taken to it, if you're of interest. So the first step to issuing bonds is the council would adopt a parameters resolution that would be prepared by bond counsel. in the parameters resolution, it defines the maximum amount of money that the city would consider borrowing, the maximum term that the bonds would be issued for, the maximum interest rate that the city would be willing to accept, and if it was a market issue, it's the maximum discount that the bonds could be sold at from par. So if you had $1,000 bond, you could maybe sell it for $980 because the interest rate was below what the market would demand. So that's the first step, and that creates the sandbox in which designated officers can work within, which are typically the mayor or the city manager or finance director, that allows them to move forward with the bonding process, provided it's within those parameters that have been defined by the council. You have no obligation to issue debt if you do adopt a parameters resolution. You can always stop the process. When you adopt the parameters resolution, you also schedule a public hearing to allow the public to come in and comment for or against the issuance of bond, and to talk if there's any potential impact to the private sector that might be occurring. Is this a bond that would compete with private entities? And you see that mostly in recreation type projects where you see people express concern. Public hearings typically held about 30 days after the parameters resolution is adopted. When the public notice is published in the public hearing, it starts what we call a contest period that allows citizens to go out and obtain signatures to require the council to put the issue on the ballot as to whether or not bonds could be issued. I haven't seen it done, but the ability's there.
And how long was that contest period?
30 days.
So is it the same time frame for the bond resolution? Like if you said it has to be, let's see, once we create a bond resolution, public hearing is usually 30 days after. And then would the contest period be 30 days after that? Or would that be concurrent?
The contest period starts when the notice of public hearing and notice of intent to issue bonds is published.
Perfect, thank you.
So it's usually published within literally days of the adoption of the parameters resolution.
Okay.
So it would typically expire within a week or so after the public hearing.
Thank you.
If you were to sell bonds in the market, and that's to a certain degree dictated by the length of the bonds and the size of the bonds. The larger the bonds and the longer the term, the more likely you are to issue debt through a market issuance in today's world. But with that said, we've sold a lot of bonds recently in the 20-year term, privately placed, like what I described for West Bountiful City was a $6 million bond for 20 years. If you do a market sell, you have to prepare a preliminary official statement. This is basically disclosing to potential buyers the financial capabilities of the entity, the management, the economic factors of the area, so that a prudent investor could determine if this was a good investment or not. And in conjunction with that, the city would make a rating presentation to a rating agency, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, Fitch, or examples of rating agencies, to receive a bond rating. And the rating impacts what interest rates you ultimately get. The better the rating, the lower the rate. And then once you have those things in place, you price the bonds, whether it be through the market or through a private placement. You solicit bids from banks that use the bonds in their own investment portfolios. Once the bonds are priced, then we can prepare the bond documents, and at bond closing, the bond documents have all been signed and the funds have been transferred to the city for the project. That's kind of in a nutshell what those events are. Part of our job as municipal advisor is we create what we call a calendar of events. So we would calendar out each of these steps as to when you would expect them to occur. Lastly, for timing considerations, a private placement typically takes about 60 days. A market sale is about 90 days because of the rating process and the development of the official statement that's required to market the bonds.
And that's 60 or 90 days from that first step of the parameters resolution.
Thank you.
Exactly. So let me give you a couple examples of things that I've been involved with recently, if that's okay. Syracuse City needed $8 million to build a new pressurized irrigation storage pond because UDOT was taking out part of theirs and they didn't have adequate capacity to handle all the future growth needs for their secondary irrigation system. We priced those bonds a week ago Monday and they close next week. But we did that in just a little bit less than 60 days because the decision was made by the city as we kind of both felt the market was moving upward so quickly that extra 30 days would probably not yield us any interest savings. And the cost of going through the rating process and the development of the official statement, would typically add another $20,000 to $25,000 to the cost of the bond issuance by doing that. And the rate that they obtained on a 15-year deal was 3.08%.
What type of bond was that?
That was a utility revenue bond. It was a secondary irrigation water bond.
You said 3%?
3.08. And that was a couple weeks ago. And so I would say that most recently we've taken the fast track private placement because we felt the rates were close enough between that and the market because the market's been very volatile that we could probably capture as good or possibly even better rate than if we went to the market. Any other questions?
No, I pretty much feel like an expert now. Thank you.
Did you stay at Holiday Inn last night? I'm sorry.
Blair looks like he's got something to say.
Blair, have you got any questions?
Nope, he answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome. If there's anything we can do to help you, I'd love to assist you. I'd be happy to provide some indicative payments if you had a term and a par amount of bonds that you potentially consider issuing to give you something to look at.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. Now that you've gotten your bag and my brain is starting to move. I was writing as Councilwoman Petty asked her question about the utility rates and the storm drain fund. Is that that's for all bonds or just the utility bond that our storm drain balance and what our utility will look like on that?
Well, each bond that's issued looks at the revenue that's being pledged. And what kind of reserves you have, what kind of net revenues you have available for debt service. So whatever the pledge is, it'll be evaluated very closely.
Regardless of which kind of bond it is?
Yeah, whether sales tax is going to be looked at really closely if it's sales tax.
Right, utility if it's
A
utility.
lease revenue bond overall, they'd probably look at the health of the general fund and the organization as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item, we'll have public comments. If you have public comments, please step up to the mic, tell us your name, your address, and do it in 3 minutes or less because we're really getting ahead of ourselves here on time.
I'll make it quick. This is Michael Grant, 2622 Deer Run Drive. Big issues we talked about. Small issue I want to talk about is flip the strip. I got the letter from the mayor. It said, can't have vegetation more than 4 feet, can't have weeds growing, can't have rocks, can't pave it with cement, but nobody has mentioned what 5 plants, trees, bushes you can actually plant in there. So that probably should, in the last, the water guy came 6 months ago and he took an hour and a half. He said you can contact Weaver Basin and we'll let you know what you can possibly grow. Maybe it should be in the city website or in your letter so that we can flip the strip if that's the case. Having said that, I know the Gateway property we are talking about, separating the commercial from the residential, place a berm, have some bushes. Joel talked about it last couple of weeks ago. Probably we'll have a couple of twigs there they're hard to survive even in good water years. Now the thing is going to be probably going to die out. So maybe we should put a fence there first, fence, barrier, wall, something which is more permanent, maybe some trees, maybe 20, 100 years from now, we can take the fence down. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
A lot of good old friends tonight. John Grubb, 6966 South, 475 East. Citizen here of the city for 22 years. All I intend to do is read a statement. It's an email addressed to David Larson, city manager, but it's for all members of the council. I will read that at this point. Our club has asked me to contact the city council in regards to a few items of concern. When I say club, I should reference the South Weaver Model Railroad Club. As you remember, last fall, we spoke about our ongoing track maintenance. We need to bring in a minimum of 50 tons of ballast rock to start this project. Let me usurp here a little bit. Every 4 to 5 years, we have to reballast the railroad, just like Union Pacific reballasts their track every 4 or 5 years. We have to do the same thing. We have not in 10 years. First question, where can we dump the gravel? And Dave and I went around and around on that. Neither one of us were sure. At the same time, we would like permission to replace the track that was removed from the northwest area up to and around the west loop. It appears to be just a mound of dirt at this point, and I don't know where the city stands on the design of the park in that area. We have sprayed all the weeds adjacent to the track in the past 2 weeks. Let me add, we're spraying the weeds every month now in the park. There seems to be a continuing problem from the residents on the north side of the park dumping their weeds and dirt over their fences onto city property. I have numerous photographs. Your city park work crew has also observed this. This is serious because train derailments have occurred. About a month ago, someone, uncertain who, damaged 400 feet of our track on the northeast side of the Canyon Meadows Park, the inside rail of the 2 rails, to the point it was unusable. A large wheeled vehicle of some sort broke ties and lifted the track out of the ground in 7 separate areas, and we have photographs of that. We have now completed that repair, roughly 25 man-hours of labor and $500 in materials. All we need from the city is a go-ahead to begin our projects. And thanks for your attention. We would like to expedite this work as soon as possible. During June and July this year may be too hot. Thank you again.
Thanks, John.
I appreciate the
Thanks,
council.
John.
Thank you, John. Any other comments?
Oh, good evening. Where to begin? Amy Mitchell, 1923 Deer Run Drive. I hope that you all received my email that I sent today. I have just a couple things I want to touch on really quick as we go through this gateway development. I felt like the packet was kind of incomplete when I looked through it over the last couple days because it didn't show what these buildings were going to look like. It just showed kind of the aerial view. It also showed some of the plantings, but it didn't show what kind of product was going to be used on the outside of these buildings, if it's just going to be siding, if it's going to be rock. I did a quick Google search for the property address and it pulled up, I'm sorry if I'm yelling, I don't mean to yell. I pulled up what was being projected out there to the community to purchase their townhomes. I have no idea if they're townhomes or condos. I feel like we've gone back and forth a few times. Anyways, these in my mind are lackluster. As a gateway project, we were promised that these were going to be amazing, that these were going to be beautiful and welcoming to our city. But what I saw was definitely not that. As far as the townhomes go, there's nothing unique about them. There's no personality with them. I don't have any idea what the commercial property looks like because there's nothing referenced to that in the packet. So I would like to ask you to table this until a complete packet can be given to us. And I would also like staff and all of you to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted so that we don't get hoodwinked again. I've referred to that in my email as well. I think the citizens that live above this development should know if that hillside is going to be cut into or not. Maybe that would change their love of this project. I think parking is going to be an issue. I know that when the car wash came in and I brought up using the Mavericks parking lot to get in and out of the car wash, they said it was Mavericks' problem because Mavericks said they could use their parking lot. Well, as you go and drive around there, there's not much turnaround when you come out of those car washes and onto 2700. So I'd hate for the same problem to happen with this development. Also, I take my child to Highmark every day and pick her up at 3:10. And the parking along South Weaver Drive is ridiculous. It goes almost to the storage units. And I know that this is, I guess, considered Highmark's problem, but really it comes down to a city problem because Highmark isn't going to be the one called for the parking. It's going to be the city, right? You guys are going to be fielding those calls. So I would like to know what's being proposed for that. Let's see. So again, I'd like to ask you to table that until everything's complete. I do have a question about the fire that happened in Layton 2 weekends ago. I'm so glad that we got that road off of the general plan because watching the fire trucks back up and get a running start so they could get up that hill was kind of funny in a really sad way. But also they had to break the locks from what I understand. And I don't know if our fire department has keys to those locks, but I would like to recommend that maybe some of the citizens that live around there could also have a key so that in an emergency, we can open the gates and let people get a running start up that hill. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I just refer you to my email. I think I covered everything in there. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate that you're taking the time to look at this. I understand that you guys are just everyday normal people just like the rest of us. And we refer to the experts who are recommending these projects. So as staff, I would like to ask you to make sure that our code is crystal clear, that these projects are detailed out so that there are no open gaps for something to be snuck in and for us to be hoodwinked again. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy.
Elizabeth Rice, 7875 South, 2310 East. I was appreciative of you guys having the emergency city council meeting to talk over the gateway development. And I think part of the problem is usually communication. And they have checked with the planner and the other members as far as having a development agreement. And I know they can't respond right now, but I believe they were told that they didn't have to have a development agreement. But I think the city council has done an excellent job of trying to make sure that all those things are covered, trying to make sure that the commercial is the way that we've wanted it. They've flipped the buildings different directions. You've added the 50-foot private right-of-way. They've had to move part of the boundary because you added that. The parking is more than adequate. They have two-car garages, and they'll also have room in the driveways for parking. As far as Highmark, which I like to say Highmark because he's right behind him. But anyway, as far as Highmark, they kind of use it as a pull-through lane. So it's not really that they park, but what they kind of do is they just move up as their children come and pick them up. So like I've parked there and worked to get the weeds, which blows on the north side of the fence, so it can't be from our farm. It must be coming from Parsons. Anyway, to pick up those weeds. And then they had to go around me because it's kind of like a rolling lane that they just keep moving up as their child is picked up. They just keep rolling by. And the sad part to me is we can have traffic slow down for South Weaver Elementary. There's flashing lights and traffic slows down, but it can't slow down for Highmark. And I know the city's trying to get the state to slow it down. So as citizens who care, we have to slow ourselves down. We have to take 5 extra minutes and drive a little bit slower in that morning and that afternoon while those kids get picked up. I think there's about a fourth of the kids that go to that school that are from South Weaver. And I know we care about their safety, and I know we care about making sure that they get there safely. So as responsible citizens, we need to slow down. It is all our problem. So I think Sky's going to be on Zoom, and I think he's addressed all of your questions and concerns. And I just thank you for your effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Liz.
Thank you, Liz. I think that's about it. Thank you for your comments. We'll move along. Next is our action items, the consent agenda for March the 22nd meetings, April the 12th meetings, April's checks, and March budget to actual. Are there any discussions on any of those items? No discussions. I'm looking for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
The second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Next item, resolution 22-20, award streetlight installation and maintenance contract. Any discussion on this resolution?
I just have a quick question.
Okay.
So in it, we're having the old lights removed and disposed of. Is there any value in those? Is that something that could be either reused within the city? Is that something that could be resold to other cities? I don't know the condition or the value. I would assume that there would be some value to them.
Well, the program is to replace Rocky Mountain Power-owned lights with our own lights.
So,
And so they're
it's
not
there,
ours
so
to do anything with.
perfect. Okay. Well, then I won't ask any more questions on that one.
Mayor, I'd just like to thank the added information that was sent to help me understand the difference in the different quotes that we received. And I just add that I support that it's a very good option that we are going with compared to the other ones that were out there.
Okay, good. No
Can
other,
I just have a clarifying question? I saw your question, Quinn, about the blank check, so to speak. I wasn't able to see the responses coming in today. Can you help me understand the detail behind that?
Would staff like to
Yeah,
explain
I'm
that?
happy to
'Cause
take that.
yeah, it just says amount.
Yeah, this is a service contract. And
Okay.
so the financial side of it is in our streetlight replacement program, when we budget an amount to do that, then we will be able to go to our installer and
be able to price out what they're telling us per unit and, the components that go into replacing of one light. And we'll be able to figure out how many lights we'll be able to replace each year for the amount that we budgeted.
Okay,
And then,
okay, thank you.
So in essence, the contract is the fine print that's not included in the main contract that you've approved or will be signing with them.
Right.
Other discussion, I look for a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve resolution 22-20, awarding the streetlight installation and maintenance contract to Black and McDonald.
I second that.
Seconded by Councilman Deal. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with Councilman Deal.
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Motion passes. Next item, Resolution 22-21, amend storm drain rate. Discussion on this?
I'll start if nobody else wants
Go
to. I've got a
for
lot of, I'm having a real big problem doing this. I've spent a lot of this week trying to understand the issue and storm drains and how this all works and what we're looking at. Because the question I'm still having is, in my mind, if we were to do this, it would be because we have a specific amount of capacity that we're either close to exceeding or will exceed within the next couple of years. To me, it feels like we're repairing something that doesn't need to be repaired yet. I haven't seen anything on the project that shows me that this is critical versus something that we should do. And so as I'm looking at what all of storm drain is based on, or at least a lot of the calculations, and of course, Brandon, you'll know this better than I will, but they keep talking about the 100-year storm and how that would affect. And looking statistically at what that actually means, it means that every year you have a 1% chance of it reaching this certain level. 24 years ago, we had a pretty bad storm, and I remember it actually filling up a couple of the detention basins. And I mean, everyone was worried about it. Water started to head towards basement windows and those kind of things. I mean, it was a pretty big deal that day. I mean, we had some definite attention drawn to it. I'm not sure that right now is the same time or the same priority. I mean, we're talking about a drought situation, and yet we're about ready to drop $3 million to work on something that I don't think yet has been shown that the risk of not doing it for a couple of years versus the risk of doing it right now and just paying in advance. I haven't seen anything like that. So to me, jumping up immediately to $7, $8 seems really kind of extreme. I would much rather, as we talked last time, look at the exact maintenance, how much that is to cost, putting in the 180-day buffer that we want on it. But then after that, I mean, we should be looking $2, $2.50 instead of $7, $8, for the start of it, and then 50 cents every single month after that. So do we have anything that shows how critical this is, or I'm trying to look for some type of a risk assessment, and I don't know if that's something that you guys have, or either one of you.
Brandon
I'll
looks excited
take-
to say something.
I don't know that I look excited. I mean, this is a difficult decision, right? And what you're faced with is not easy, and nobody wants to raise rates, including myself. Like I understand the situation or the position that people are in. I don't know if you recall the last time that I presented and talked about all the different capital projects. At least the first two had
potential flooding issues there.
Right. The T
So that's,
and,
that's a capacity issue.
now, on that one, so at what level of risk are we taking? Is this something that we've seen that we are so close to that quite honestly, the next rainstorm could cause this kind of flooding? Is this something that we're going to have a pretty long dedicated torrential downpour before this reaches capacity? And at that time, capacity, what will happen? I mean, is it immediately the house on the other side of it's going to flood? Is this going to go down the street? One of the papers that I was reading was it talks about how storm drain has to be balanced between what the actual risk is if you do something and if you don't, and that's very subjective. And so that's why I was wondering, I mean, even when we were talking about the bond, is that is now the time that we really should be bonding for that if we don't have a critical need for it yet? And don't get me wrong, and I've said this many times, I'm more than willing to raise a tax or a fee to provide for the services of the city. I think the core city services have to be maintained at a proper level, and that's our responsibility to the citizens. But if it's not critical, that's where I'm questioning the immediate jump. So the timing of it is more important to me than the individual amount.
All right, let me see if I can respond.
Yeah, sorry.
To all that.
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment? Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, go ahead, Blair.
I mean, I guess, Joel, some of my response to your questions depends on what that risk is if you're the one that lives next to that area that has a problem. Even at the increased rate that we're discussing right now and proposing, all those projects aren't getting done in the next year. It's 10 years from now. And it only takes one big storm and 2 or 3 of those homes that flood, and it's over that $3 million threshold that you just explained. So what's the risk? What's the reward? It's whether you live next to it or not, and it's your home that's getting flooded.
Well, and I can see that. I mean, that's taking a very, individual look at it. But I think part of our role, though, is to look at the city and understand whether or not that is going to happen, whether it's very likely to do it, or if it's, this is a good potential project that we ought to be working on.
And I agree. I don't, maybe Brandon would disagree with me, but I would say that our current storm drain, and especially those areas that he's indicated, is less than a C-. And if you want to grade it on a grading system, well, what do we want to provide as a city in those areas? To me, it's not a C- or a D. And that's what we're currently in our storm drain have been providing, as maybe a D or a D+ in those areas that we were talking about, especially for funding. We don't have funding.
So how many times then has it flooded? Say like in the past 10 years, that house or those homes?
I personally have not witnessed it myself. What I'm going off of is what I've heard from Public Works.
Okay.
Well, we've had 3 or 4 people. Sorry, Haley.
That's okay. No, go
come
ahead.
in and talk about 2 or 3 of those areas. Since we started talking about the general plan, there's people that I was not aware of that say that we've had flooding in 2 or 3 of those areas that I wasn't even aware of, and since I've lived in South Weber, but obviously it has happened, and I haven't been here 10 years.
Can I just ask you question by question? Because I think some really good questions are being asked. I just am really interested in the answer. So first question, what kind of rainstorm would cause flooding? Is this a just typical rainstorm, a torrential rainstorm, a 100-year storm?
Well, it depends on the location. If you're just piping down a street, then you're piping for a 10-year storm.
I'm speaking specifically of these projects, of these projects that are experiencing flooding. What kind of rainstorm are they seeing flooding?
So the design for these particular ones would be trying to handle the 100-year storm.
Okay, so they're not at capacity for a 100-year storm right now, currently, correct?
No, they don't have capacity for a 100-year storm.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
So if we receive a really heavy rain outside of what Councilmember Halverson. That's too many syllables, Blair. It's just easier to say your name. Outside of what Blair said of reports of complaints of flooding, are we aware of flooding in these regular rainstorms that we get?
Regular rainstorms.
We used to have them. It used to happen.
Right. Well, typically what you see, right, is that you go a lot of days without any kind of a storm, and then you know, sometimes in the middle of the summer you'll get some heavy rainstorm. I mean, you're weighing your risk, and I get that, you know, currently we're pretty dry, right? So it doesn't feel like there's much of a risk. But that can sometimes change in an instant when you get a heavy storm. So, you know, you're in the seats that have to make these difficult decisions, and I can appreciate that. What we've tried to provide you with is through the capital facilities plan, running the storm drain model, getting feedback from the different citizens who've made comments over the years, and Public Works seeing what they see actually happening in storms, and those have lined up with the model and what we see actually happening. So we feel pretty confident that those areas that have been targeted as needing a project do need a project.
So has Public Works reported that they're flooding currently? I guess
Yes,
that's what I'm asking.
yes,
Okay.
yes, especially on Deer Run, and I don't have the project numbers in front of me, but there are areas where the water has backed up to the garage, and you know, the people that live there, I've been in the backyard. I've gone to a couple of these homes where, you know, they get nervous whenever there's a storm, because they don't know, is this the one?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, what kind of damage would it cause? I guess it just depends on the magnitude. But we've identified, at least from a design storm perspective, what it would need to meet at least that design level. Now, if we get a storm that's beyond a 100-year storm, then we're not protected either. But you have to find a balance, and that is the generally accepted level of design storm that you would typically see.
So I'm sorry, did you have more?
I just have one about your slideshow that you showed last time. I don't know if you want to pull it up and look at it. I don't know. It was just regarding, you mentioned that you gave them each a rating, 0 to 5.
Yes.
On the overall slide, you have your needs assessment rating, and it's
Right.
like from a 15 to 11. Is
Right.
that rating?
Yes.
So none of them were 5, or it was 0 to 5.
There's 0 to 5 on 3 different categories, which is condition, criticality, and
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
time.
So a 15 was a 5 in every category.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That was just,
Sorry,
I
that
just needed
wasn't
to
clear.
understand that better.
So there has been, I guess, Councilman Dills, there has been an assessment of each of these projects performed.
Okay.
The risk is difficult to, I guess, define, and it's probably subjective. But you're not making a decision tonight based on just, well, we sure think this is good. You know, there has been a study performed, a model done, computer model done to evaluate where the needs are. A good portion of the increase that you're looking at comes from the capital projects. Capital projects meaning all these projects that we're talking about. Operations was what you were talking about earlier. And I would, you know, think that at a minimum, you certainly need to make sure that that's funded.
Absolutely.
One of the other projects that was identified is the Public Works. So that's
that
So-
one received a 15, obviously.
Yes.
That one's the most expensive. Are we able to put that into our cost of bond for it rather than into our storm drain fee?
The total cost of the project is the most expensive, but in the utility rate analysis, it's assumed to be bonded for. So there's only a certain amount per year of that goes towards the bond. So that's not paying for the whole project, and the whole project, I think, was assumed to be paid for over 20 years.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So to me, that's kind of the critical part of this. We're talking about this capital facilities plans for all of these other projects throughout the city that have their own issues and their own needs, and trying to decide, is now the time to address those or not?
Yeah.
But also, we have to have a way to pay for the Public Works building, which, if you ask me, is 15 years at least past due to be replaced. And so then, is now the time to talk about replacing the Public Works building? Absolutely. So knowing that we have to have funds allocated from that, and that's why we both asked that question, do we need to make sure we have this in our storm drain account, budget, whatever, to accommodate that? And we do. How else are we going to pay for the Public Works building?
So that's actually a good question, because are we saying that the storm drain, the project that we're doing for the facilities building or the Public Works building, is only the Public Works building going to use that connection and all of the change on that? Because if the other development and all that's going in down there, I would assume that impact fees would be paying for part of it if they're going to be hooking into it as well. If it's just the Public Works building, then no. I mean, it should just be the bond. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of development going around in that whole area, and I would assume that would be part of the impact fees.
Yes. So in the capital facilities plan,
Mhm.
it identifies all the projects that are needed. And each of those projects is divided or calculated to have a portion that goes towards either an existing deficiency or maintenance, which is kind of on the city to pay for, or the impact fee portion. So the impact fee portion is not anything that we're talking about. It's there, and it will be charged because you've adopted the new impact fees. It's charged to all of those who are still yet to come, and they'll pay for their portion.
Mm-hmm.
This is just paying for the portion that's compensating for all of the current citizens, the existing portion.
So the capacity is only going to be for what's over there now then? I'm sorry, I'm not.
The capacity of the building?
Of the storm drain.
Maybe I'll let Dave.
Yeah,
take
what
it.
I, maybe just to try
I'm
to
sorry, I'm
bridge
not
the
trying
gap
to.
here.
Yeah.
What I hear you saying is the actual storm drain system surrounding the Public Works building and the capacity there.
Right.
Brandon's talking about the facility itself and the
Oh,
cost
yeah.
of that goes to the storm drain fund. So I think that's just
Yeah.
different. So
Yeah, and that's
yeah,
kind of because
the system down in the area
Mhm.
absolutely will have impact fees for where there's an additional need because of development. Yeah, development will pay its portion.
But we'll still pay the bond and the interest on that, and then the impact fees will then go to pay part of that bill that we're doing. Is that
So
how it works?
if all of the projects identified in the capital facilities plan, you look at it on the whole and say, what are projects that are needed?
Mhm.
Whether that's infrastructure in the ground or in this case, a building.
Yeah.
And then you're able to identify how much of that project is needed just based on current city residents and what the city is right now. If nobody else ever moved in, is there a need to do the project and to what degree? Are there projects that are entirely future development needed? Are there projects that are entirely needed right now, regardless of any future development? And you're able to calculate that percentage essentially. So every project is somewhere on that spectrum.
Okay.
Those elements that are future impact, we can charge an impact fee for. For those that are not future and it's just on our current system,
Mhm.
then that has to be accounted for in the utility rate. So if you think about the projects, regardless of whether it's in the ground or it's the building, it has that calculation.
Okay.
Can I just ask, so how come the ones that are currently not at capacity, why is that? Why weren't they built to capacity when they were put in?
You'd have to ask the people that designed it back then. I don't know.
So it wasn't a law or a change in any type of
I don't know, to what level they analyzed it. And sometimes you can analyze things and then end performance ends up being slightly different, right? So we just know that there's current problems there.
And I don't know the history, but this probably plays into, when I first moved in here, they said the max of South Weber would not get beyond about 3,500 because we didn't have enough water.
Yeah.
And so if you're designing to that, and now suddenly we got a lot more water, and so there can be a lot more residents, and so that may be why some of them are undersized.
That's a really good example. And not to dredge up any hurt feelings, but just to provide an additional, maybe current example, is when we talked to general fund, or not general fund, general plan, and there was areas of town that were designated as open space. There was a concern that if we don't plan for use, that we could undersize infrastructure and not charge appropriate impact fee amounts and those types of things. So that is very much a consideration, the idea of, well, what are you planning for? And sometimes those things change over time and it adjusts.
So can I just ask a clarifying question, make sure that at least I'm on the same page? So if we didn't have the Public Works facility, we're still underfunded within the Storm Utility Fund. So we have to address that. Is this increased amount taking into account already bonding for the public facility?
Yeah.
So we don't have to add anything more.
No.
Not for storm drain, no.
Okay, very good. So if I remember correctly, the comment was made when we discussed this last time that just to get us up even, there was a certain amount of money just so that we were no longer underfunded, that we were break even. And that doesn't plan for any, replacement. And I don't remember exactly what that was. It was $5 to $7 increase or something along those lines. And that's why one of these options gave $7 the first year to just kind of get us even. And then we'd bump up another year, and which would get us then ahead planning for the future. Is that a correct recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So from my standpoint, we have a lot of inflation, a lot of financial stress on a lot of residents. And I know we talked about this. You want to just rip the Band-Aid off and hit the $8.75 increase once, and then we only pay the 50 cents per year increase thereafter. We did discuss, well, if we did it in the increments, would that at least be more compassionate to our citizens and do it over the 2 years to kind of get us ahead, 1 year just to get us up to break even, then the next year to get us ahead, planning for the future. And those are options 1 and 2, if I remember correctly. So I don't know how council feels about that discussion now. I know when we discussed it last time, it was, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and do it in one fell swoop. I'm still open to the gradual thing. It's still going to be an impact. We need to get there, but I don't know what the citizens feel like, if they would rather just feel the pain once and then move on, or does it really help to spread it over 2 years?
Well, but also that first initial ripping it off and the 50 cents after that is based on if we decide to do all of the storm drain capital projects, which is why I was trying to bring up, not as a whole, but each individual one. Are they, what is the critical level of each one of those? Because we've got a lot of things, like Angie said, that are critical in the city. And this one, we're just kind of lumping all together.
The ratings.
And you can see on it, I mean, as we get down into some of the 11s and 12s, we could do this where instead of funding all of the projects all at once, we handle the 15 and the 14 and maybe a couple 13s
figure out how much that would be, and then we could, because then that's going to make that first initial Band-Aid. I'm guessing, looking at each one of the ones below it being $500,000, maybe a $3 increase instead of a $4 increase, or a $7 or $8 increase. And then in 5 years from now or 4 years from now, we can readdress and look at those same numbers versus what the other capital projects are. Because just from the ones that I've heard, we've got so many out there that are kind of that critical, that I have a hard time right now. And I think the mayor said it best, was, putting this burden on the citizens right now. The timing of it is just, it's hard for so many people. I kind of agree with that. And so that's why I'm asking the questions. Obviously, it's nothing against Brennan and the work that you've done on it, or the models that come out on it. It's just, I'm really trying to look for how we could still do the most critical of these projects, maybe lessen that initial shock, and then readdress it again. I don't know.
So to that point,
Yeah.
we said it was $5 or $6 to get us to even, right? So we're not losing money, whatever our break even was.
I think it was the number that option 1 and 2.
So, okay.
But
So
that had to be with the facilities plan in it, because on the next page, it
which
actually,
page? Can you tell me
it
so I
is,
can-
sorry,
Okay.
128 out of 369.
Okay.
It talks about the rate structure with no rate increase, and it's showing us going from $700 to $1,033 to $1,949, and that's to get that cash on hand for the 180 days, which is one of the requirements that we need on it. And then the maintenance part of it was the additional cost of moving things over, and then depreciation. So as we moved over the cost from the general fund, which normally pays this, but as we put it in this bucket, if you will, one of the big costs was depreciation. And so, yeah, that was kind of the question, was that for just to do maintenance of the account, which we need to do, and to get the 180-day buffer in it, which we should do, I don't think that was that high of the $7, $8 one.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if you're looking at that page 128 in the red, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's not dollars, that's number of days.
Oh. Well,
so it's negative.
So
I see.
Okay, so here's where I'm at, because it's just crap. All right. I mean, it really is. It's really hard. And I will say there's a few things that have me supporting this. And it's hard. It's really hard to know how the economy and everything, all the inflation is affecting people right now. But when I came into office, we had no strategic plan on replacing things. I mean, staff did things, but we, as a council, there hadn't been a great commitment to ensuring that all of our future residents were taken care of.
Yeah.
So we have gone enterprise fund by enterprise fund to make sure that all of these things are there to prepare for them. And this is the last one that we've addressed since I've been here. So when you take into consideration, we're operating in the negative right now. So we all agree we don't want to do that. But if we add a little bit more to that, because they're going to have, we will all have to pay a little bit more just to get us out of the negative. If we do a little bit more and we can actually have a plan in place for our residents, that's doing them the biggest service, even though everyone's going to feel it in their pocketbook a little bit, because we're bumping it up and then we're doing 3% annually. Is that correct? Every year after that? And 3% is what most of these enterprise funds we've seen, like the garbage, right? That goes up a little bit every year. Water goes up a little bit every year. So that 3%, yeah, sewer. So that 3% is just to compensate for all of that every year. So it's not that that was like a random number. It was more of a, let's make sure we can budget this 3% every year for future projects.
So you're saying that out of the rate increase then that we're showing on here, the increase on 2023, where we go up the 650, that's the total for the bond of all of these capital projects together. And then everything after that is just to stay in a 3% maintenance.
Well, if you look at it, it says, what
Yeah,
page
it
are
says
we
it
just
there,
on?
followed by increases of 3% each year thereafter.
Yes, and it said, oh, what page? 120.
129 is the option for the first option.
Yeah.
Which,
So if you go to page 125, it says a summary of assumptions are used, and it says operating expenses grow at an average of 3.6% per year.
Right.
So that will average out to accommodate for those operating expenses.
Right. So everything after the 650 on 2023, back on 129, and I guess the 275. So actually, after the $9.20,
option one, I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still on that one. That everything after that is the 3% that you're talking about. So we're saying that
Not on table one, not on option one.
okay,
Option 3 is the increase to accommodate for the plan, all of the capital facilities plan, and then the 3%.
right.
after
So 875 is what we're saying is going to be the cost for the capital projects for all of the storm drain, that increase. And then all of the ones below it are the maintenance level.
As far as I'm understanding, is that
The 875, yes, capital projects, but also the O&M needs, right? That's the other part of the deficiency that is there. So yes, either you're getting there over time with options 1 and 2, or you're doing it one time in option 3 and 4, essentially.
And so one of the other reasons why I support option 3 is the time value of money. We have found this year after year that everyone, if a city says we're going to wait and see if that gets cheaper, it never gets cheaper. So it makes more sense to plan for it and have the funds to be able to cover it.
Well, the funds will be there, but most of these projects, going back to that list, I mean, we're not even tackling some of them for another 10 years.
It's because it takes that much time to collect those funds. We're not going to collect those funds in the first year. The 875 is we're collecting that over time in order to save up and do the projects.
I thought the bond was set where we were going to save up to $1 million of ours, and then that's where the bond was going to come in after that.
The bond is for the Public Works building.
Okay.
It's not to do any other capital project.
Okay,
When we say
okay.
the bond, we're only talking about bonding for the Public
So
Works.
we're not
building.
bonding at all for any of the storm drain?
No.
Okay.
Everything
okay.
else is just pay as you go, essentially, or
Okay.
save and.
It's
set
just
aside and save.
the part of the storm drain for the public works will be in the bond
Okay.
and monthly deducted from the storm drain utility fund.
Okay. Okay.
Even raising the rate 875, we can only do a $12,000 project next year.
Right.
We can't even afford to do the next project in line because we don't have the funds. And so that 1.4 million is only for the building, and it's only the portion of the bond that's for storm drain. The other funds will pay their portion.
Yeah, you're referencing page 127, I believe, where it shows
Yeah.
the project.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're not going to collect all that money the first year. There's no way that's even physically possible.
So just one more question for me on this. So we're increasing at the 875 and that'll stay. And then we add the 3% every year. Is that going to go away once we get caught up and then we maintain it? Or is that's what we have to do from here on out forever?
I mean, it can always be really reevaluated in another 2 years, like our capital facilities plans.
But likely.
Plans are, but yes, as it is right now, it would be in perpetuity.
Yeah, the idea, at least that I have in my mind, and I think that we've talked about it, just to clarify whether or not we have, is the process that we go through from the macro scale is that we do a general plan update. We go through each utility and then match our capital facilities plan to the new general plan. And the process of doing our capital facilities plans starts with looking at all projects in the capital facilities plan. We then do the next layer, which is an impact fee facilities plan, right? Dividing out what's existing need and what is impact need. Then we're able to recognize from those projects and operations need, we do two other things. We do an impact fee analysis, a third-party study on what is the maximum we can charge on impact fees. And then we need to do a rate study to see what is the existing need and the rates that would support accomplishing the existing needs. So that's a process that we go through over time. Every time we adjust the general plan, to Quinn's point about that affects so many other things that we now go through that cycle. And Angie's point is we've gone through that cycle through a lot of other utilities. This was the last one. We updated the general plan kind of midstream before we got through all of the utility funds. We're now back in that cycle again. This one catches the new general plan. Our transportation utility is next. We're going through that CFP right now. You know, the others will fall in line, and it will always end with the two steps of an IFA, impact fee facility, or impact fee analysis to see what to charge for impact fees, new development, and a rate study to see what we should charge for our utility rates. And we get to the point where we have the studies done by a third party to provide that information. So it's not the council or staff that's looking at that internally. That's where we have that third party analysis so that there's real justification on what those needs are. And so that's the process and how we got to this point in a broad sense.
Yeah.
Can somebody help me remember, did we take option 4 off the table? And if we did, why did we do that? That's the rate increase to $8, almost $9, then take a break, then increase 95 cents, take a break, a year off, next year 3%, take a year off. Do you remember?
Well, it's essentially the same as option 3, except for your back, you know, your post dating or what's the
Yeah,
word?
I just was wondering, I know that
Delaying it a
we,
year.
I know that we discussed getting down to our 3 options. I just can't remember why we take 4 off.
Yeah, I think the discussion was it's easier to just have a consistent year-over-year change rather than every 2 years they get surprised. Oh, why did this go up?
Yeah.
And for budgeting purposes.
Okay, thank you.
I just put a cookie in my mouth, but I will say all of the options are doable, right? It's not that any one can't be done.
Right, I just couldn't remember why we eliminated it. I knew we had a reason, I just couldn't remember it. Mayor, what are your thoughts? I would like to hear.
Well, I gave my thoughts in another meeting, and my thoughts are still the same, what they were
To
before.
delay it a year?
That's where I'm at. I realize it needs to be done, but I'm having a real hard time with the economy that we're in, and it's gotten worse since I made my plea the last time, and I just can't see it getting any better for a while. And my recommendation is we need it, but I think we need to delay it for a year. Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
delay any type of increase? Because if we delay it, then we're still operating in the negative. And that's what I have issues with, because we're eroding away, we're taking money from a different fund to pay for this every year to subsidize the O&M. Yeah.
And we're also that also delays the public works building another year.
Which is gonna cost the city
That much more.
in the long run.
Well, that depends on interest rates too, though. If they keep climbing, then
Yeah.
it's one of those rare things where it might be better to wait when they go back down, but who knows where that's gonna happen.
So in my mind, I would still prefer option 3 because we are getting us out of the negative, like we all agree that we need to get out of the negative, and it prepares us to plan. We can get the building, we can get projects planned for. If we don't, then we at least need to get us up to out of the negative, which I believe, according to this analysis, is $6.50. So we're talking a difference of $2.50. It's hard to swallow, I know, but I'm trying to I'm trying to look forward 15 years and go, if I don't want people to look back and go, why did they not plan for this? Why did they not do this? I mean, I'm frustrated knowing that there was opportunities for council at one point before I became involved to solve our public works building for pennies on the dollar, and they didn't. And that would have been a real service to our community. I don't want to be that person.
I don't know. I'm not saying we don't need to plan for it. I think we need to plan for it. I just don't know that this is the time to start this increase. But I will say this, I didn't realize that in not passing this delays the public works building. And I think that has been delayed way, way, way too long. We've got to do something on that public works building. The facility that we're working out of is just not good at all. And we've kicked that can down the road a long, long time. And I hate to kick that down another year because that needs to be addressed. So I'm kind of torn there with what I'm thinking.
Well, I guess that's what was kind of the impetus for all of my discussion, was that there are certain things, like you said, the public works building, I think that needs to be. I also think that we need to get back up, but keep in mind, we're also talking about, we've created this bucket, if you will, again, but we're still taking the same amount of money. So the money's not changing. It's just a transfer that's happening from the general fund over to now this bucket that we're creating. So none of that's actually going to change. We're just paying for the cost of it now. So I guess the only thing I'm asking is that if we had the public works and we got an accurate, everything we could agree on of this is what the actual maintenance cost is going to be, and we started with that. And then maybe wait a year or two before we then start hitting some of these projects. Because again, the risk that we're talking about is 1% every year. It's not cumulative. So 1% chance next year that we're going to have a 100-year storm. So, but I think we've got a more than 100% chance that we're going to have higher inflation, rougher economy. So when we're even talking about just the 875, we're talking about $100. So $100 a year increase in the rate. Or is that by month?
It's per month, but it would be $100 a year per household.
Yeah. So we're agreeing for all these projects at once, and 2032, it'll be what is it, 20 some odd. So yeah, we're talking $238 a year increase.
Yeah, it's significant.
And again, yes, if it's critical that we do this, I'm not going to question it at all. It's just, I just don't understand how critical these are right now with weather. So, and I don't know if that's what we want to talk about, as having a motion where we do that. I think we've discussed it to death. It's now whether we want to either delay it, whether we want to pay for what is required and the facilities project, or if we want to just pay for all projects at once. How do any of y'all feel?
Well, go ahead. So you're proposing to not account for any of the projects but public works. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
And adjust the rate to only accommodate for public works, but not for O&M. Is that what?
O&M,
Also O&M.
yeah, would
So
be included
also-
in it.
Public Works O&M, but not
So,
the
so
other.
basically it's.
So you're really
talking-
back to the one option that's almost $7 is really where you're at.
Right, yeah. It's the $7 option and then a couple of years break for everyone to get used to that and see where the economy's going or any of those, and then hit the other projects. Because we'll be increasing it at the 7. I'm just saying it would take out the 3% after that. Oh, gal, I don't know.
And I totally appreciate you thinking outside the box, but in the scheme of things, it's $1.75 a month. And things are tight with everyone. I feel it, but it's $1.75 a month. And then we have a plan. Because if I have to increase it 7 versus 8.75.
Yeah.
Joel, if I understand correctly, when you talk about criticality, what I hear you saying is that you're talking about timing, right?
Right.
They've been identified as need. If we delayed 5 years and then did projects, then maybe the rate would change.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's explained on page 127, where you look at the years that those are planned.
Right.
That we've talked about the 2 major ones that are kind of the most critical. After that, all of the rest are 5 years out.
So
Which means-
you're going onto the right condition. So if we removed the other 5 of those projects, then that means our starting point would be different, or could be, I don't know. Would the starting point be different, I guess is a better question.
I guess what I'm saying is all you're doing is turning that into a 5-year plan instead of a 10-year plan. Because at year 5, those would be the next projects on the list, and you'd have to raise up to get to the same place that it's already talking about.
Right, but that first initial jump is based on the 10-year plan and making all of that happen. It's
I guess
probably
you're just
semantics,
either,
yeah.
I think you're just
So-
either doing it now or doing it later.
Yeah,
I think that's when it's a timing conversation. Ultimately, it's the same dollars. It's just, are you doing it now or later?
either way, I've said my piece. You guys figure out what you want to do.
This goes into effect in July, is that correct? If we were to approve it?
I would point out 2 things with your question. It would go into effect July 1. It's part of the current budget documents. And so change there. Option 3 is what has been part of that. So a change or departure from option 3 would necessitate changes to the consolidated fee schedule and the tentative budget, which can be done. Of course, that can be done. Also, the second thing I'd point out is that idea of a 3% escalator. We would use that for budget purposes, but the council would have a decision every single year, just like all of the rates, all of the utility rates and tax rates and whatnot. It's not an automatic thing that you put in place right now and it would happen for 10 years or in perpetuity. We said it would happen forever. It is an annual evaluation to say, do we still want to do that or not?
I have a question, but Trevor just left and I think he has my answer. So,
Give us a try.
well, I mentioned in our last meeting that I was hoping for some really good PR. We all got an email about the lack of information about this. I guess there was something in the newsletter. I haven't seen my newsletter yet. I tried to find it, but I do know that a lot of people don't get the newsletter. What is the plan? I was hoping more information would be out by now already so people could be aware of it. Has anything gone out other than whatever went in the newsletter?
So we let them know in the newsletter, utility bill insert. We've created a portion on the website, and then the public noticing for the agendas on the meeting. It was our understanding that once it was passed, then we would continue that conversation of what the actual impact will be, because all we could really talk about at this point was the proposed action. So that's kind of where we've had it, and we were waiting for a decision on the council on what the amount was so that we could talk about it further for the next several months.
I know that we talked about this last time too, just delaying until January of 2023. And I know that we had a reason for not to do that. I don't remember what it was, but
Because it changed all
The budget.
yeah, I thought that gives people the ability to prepare, but it's $100 a year as well. It sucks. It just sucks. So, I'm okay with option 3 I want some really good PR. Like I need our citizens to understand why we're left with this decision. Not that we're just being spendy, but we have an actual need that needs to be addressed, and it's not an easy decision. So I don't want it to be a shock to anybody. I really want to do the best we can to make sure people are aware.
To that point, I think it would be nice for the council to articulate some of those talking points, at least in
happy
your
to do
own
so.
mind of what decision you make tonight and why. And we're happy to carry that forward and able to share that in multiple ways over a period of time.
Blair, you've got anything?
I don't think I have anything to add. I think you know where I stand, but if someone wants to make a motion other than option 3, I think they need to put the option on the table.
Wait, you don't want option 3? What option do you want, Blair?
I'm in support of option 3, but
okay.
as Joel said, go ahead and do whatever you guys want. But Joel, you're part of this. If you have a different solution to this, then I'm open for it. I mean, or a different motion to figure out how to make that happen and still meet our needs, because it's just not there.
I appreciate that, because in all honesty, I'm sitting here still trying to figure out whether I'd vote yes or no for any of this. And I can't rationalize anything for a no vote other than I don't think the priority or the criticalness of each one of these projects has been compared against all the other ones. And I don't know if that would change my mind. So I'm not going to put forth any other motion because I can't think of anything better to do to handle it and the needs that we do have. So thank you.
Do you have anything? All right.
Okay. I think we want to entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution 22-21, amend storm drain rate adopting option 3 as presented in the ZPFI storm drain utility rate study to be effective July 1st, 2022. It's like vinegar coming out of my mouth.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll begin with a roll call vote by Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 Motion carries.
And may I just make a request to staff, if you'll honor Councilman Dill's request to just identify a little bit more detail to the criticality of the different ones you have. I know you went through that list, but let's look forward and, a year from now, let's reassess. Does that make sense?
Is our philosophy to review this every 4 years? Is that currently what we do, 4 to 5 years to review the rate study?
Every year, I thought.
Oh, the rate
study.
Yeah,
I think you'd look at it every year and just see how it's performing.
But it's in our budget every year that we have to approve.
But
Right, yeah.
yeah,
okay.
As far as doing that rate study, like I said, it's kind of the tail end of that process of anytime we update the CFP, then it would roll out to a rate study. If you ever want to do a rate study before going through those other steps, you always have that option as well.
Okay, so that's what I was clarifying. Quinn, you're not asking for a rate study, you just want to
No, just
review.
to reassess where we are.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
No.
Okay, our next resolution, 22-22, adopt fiscal year 2022-2023 tentative budget.
No.
Okay, let's kick this one around for a while.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which attachment are we supposed to be looking at? We got quite a few, I think, today. Is it the latest one from Lisa that we look at?
Yes, the latest one that was emailed out today What happened was
At
the,
309, is that the one I need to be looking at?
I think that was the timing, yes.
Okay.
The spreadsheets ended up having links disabled as it got put into different formats, into Word and PDF. And so that was caught and updated. And so the only numbers that adjusted were related to compensation for City Council and Planning Commission.
Okay, well, let's start with that one. Anybody want to?
I'm sorry, I was just noticing that I have to.
You do.
Everyone looks at this.
I would point out that the budget document, the numbers are the thing that you are adopting. If there are typos or things like that, we typically don't adopt the tentative budget in this format. That is all typically after the fact that the final budget is adopted, and then we put all of the graphs and narrative and all of that. The format here in the tentative budget is essentially, we took the format of last year's budget and have been updating and doing that. But there are still some pieces of that are part of the narrative and the presentation of the numbers, but the numbers are the thing that you're adopting tonight. This is not a final adoption. Additional changes can be made and are expected, to tell you the truth, because of the nature of the process. We started in January with the budget retreat and talked through big items. Committees work through it, all of that. We get to the point where we have a full council work session, typically in April, which did happen. Out of that comes a tentative budget, which then becomes a public document for the public to respond to. So you could adopt it as is, with no discussion at all if you wanted to, or you can adjust and make changes. But either way, the action before you tonight is to adopt the tentative budget and then set a public hearing date, which is proposed to be next meeting on May 24th. That gives 2 weeks for the public to review the document and the proposal, come back and hold the public hearing. That is a night to listen and understand, and then provide any additional changes or comments or feedback that you'd like adjustments to be made before what is typically adopted as a final budget in June. This year, however, the budget will not be finalized in June because of the discussion to hold the property tax rate, which pushes out the final budget adoption until after a truth and taxation hearing in August. So we could be making budget changes and finalize a budget until the middle of August. So you don't have to feel like any decision tonight is binding or painting you in a corner in any way.
So, because I don't know how everybody else feels, but let me tell you, this seems rushed from my perspective on it, because I haven't been able to understand all of it. So it's good to know that this isn't the final end of it all. It's more of the start of it. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's well said. It becomes the start of the public input portion of the budget process. And so you'll be able to dig through this as detailed as you'd like, really through August.
So one quick question then would be, as we all sat up here, we all made suggestions and things that we wanted to see changed specifically to our departments and to our areas and things. Who kept track of that, and were they all added in?
The answer is Matt kept track of that, and yes, they were all added in.
Okay.
So this is a reflection of everything that was talked about in the work session that was held in April.
Okay, because I'll have to look on the fees for the parks then, because I thought I saw that was still just a $3 raise.
I thought that was the decision out of the work session. There was discussion around it, but then it was left at the $3.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the picture of me dancing. What are you talking about?
The consolidated fee schedule also includes any proposed rate changes or fee changes, including recreation fees, the adjustment of $3 per program, as well as, of course, the storm drain rate and any other fees that are adjusted. That's part of the adoption of the tentative budget.
So you're saying I can still come back and make that change on the fee schedule and on the budget that we have listed here for, okay.
What
So
were you
one-
proposing? What change?
All it was we're looking at doing a $3 increase in the fees of the.
But
different
that's not
programs.
included in this? I thought it was.
Yeah.
Right. When I said that night was that I wanted it to be 5.
Okay.
So that we could get the additional software and the other things that we wanted to be able to do for it. And I have to go back through here, but when I looked at it before, I could have sworn it was still 3. So yeah, that's one that I did want to move up to 5 so that we can kind of improve that, the
Wait.
tools for those programs.
So you were saying you want to try 5 tonight, or you want to come back?
We can
Yeah.
discuss this, so.
This is all just proposals.
Yeah, it is set at 3. It's on page 148, I think is what you're
Thank
looking for.
you.
Yeah, if you'd like to change that and the council agrees, then yeah, you can make that change tonight and we'd publish it with a $5 instead of a 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the
But it
reason
would- it
three
would
is there
affect
is
the-
Curtis asked and said 3 was adequate for him.
Right.
But
And 5 would do what?
5 allows us, right now, we're kind of restricted in what we can do and how quickly we can do it. We have some of the tools that are possible, but we don't necessarily have the staffing to be able to input it or to use some of the more simplified tools or even some of the more impressive tools that are out there that would allow better communication between the players, the teams, and where they're located. I think there's a lot we could do to improve the experience in our rec programs. And that's why having that increase would allow for some of the other options available.
So that's $5 just across per every
Yeah.
program.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And with the pickleball coming up, this kind of gives us a little bit of a buffer. So.
Well, I would support increasing it up to 5 versus 3.
Yeah, I think that's been something that our community has asked for a few years now, is a little bit better communication and better streamlining. That would be great. If we can give him the tools that would allow that. It's cheaper than hiring another couple employees to do the same job.
So I'm sorry, I'm just gonna make a comment. So we're okay raising prices in some areas or cost or assistance in some areas, but not others. It's just a statement.
Some of
We have
them
to
are
be-
elective and some of them are
Are
required.
forced, so
And
that's why you're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just for clarification, on page 167, in chapter 15, section 2, under activity fees, right now it shows that each of those are adjusting up $3. You would like A through I to be adjusted an additional $2.
Correct.
Okay. Mac, did you hear that?
A through I? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, I heard it.
Whoa, Max here?
It'll just have to, just make sure when you pass the resolution that you note that in the resolution when you're passing the consolidated fee schedule, that you're amending the resolution.
Yeah, that will need to be part of the motion.
I do have a question on the recreational fees. I know we've talked about this in the past, specifically with our pickleball courts. You know, we talked about the volleyball courts have a reservation or I guess it's a reservation. We talked about maybe reserving pickleball courts and having that option, but you know, getting revenue from it. But I didn't see
That
anything
shows up
in
in
there.
chapter 14.
What
It's
page?
It is on page 166.
Oh, good crap.
10, Canyon Meadows pickleball court.
I have pickleball courts written in huge letters and highlighted at the top, but apparently I can't read. Okay, I see it. $10, okay. So the baseball diamond and the volleyball courts are $35, but and then the pickleball is $10 for 2 hours. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Yes.
Is that still competitive?
Tournament is $100.
Yeah, that was based on looking at looking at surrounding cities and what they charge for a 2-hour window.
Okay, thank you.
We
That's
asked
what I
about
thought.
1-hour window versus 2-hour windows, and most pickleball players preferred a 2-hour window to reserve a court, and that was a competitive price, a standard price.
Okay, thank you.
Are they?
But we're also looking to make sure that there's open hours so that you can't just book the entire thing out, so
Okay.
that they're, yeah.
Yeah, when we had discussed previously, it was, you know, I don't know, courts 1 through 4 were reservable and 5
Exactly,
through
yeah.
8 not, or
Yeah.
something. Okay.
Yeah, the hope was to
Does that
always
need to be
leave.
in the fee schedule, or is that a different
No,
policy?
that's just that's a practice, right?
Yeah.
That's a procedure of
Okay.
the Recreation Department.
Because it's just
And that's
asking for the
understood. We've
cost
had-
of what the ones are, that, the ones that are rented, how much they're gonna be for.
Yeah. We'll be able to put that kind of information on a sign at the courts and, you know, that type of a thing.
Any other items? Gwen, I see you smiling.
Well, I know the compensation one people want to talk about, so we probably ought to discuss that.
Yes.
Is this where we discuss it?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to clarify, Dave, what the proposed changes are in detail?
Yes, the proposed changes are specific to city council compensation. I know there's been a lot of talk about employee compensation and things like that. There was discussion about city council compensation as well as planning commission. Both numbers are extremely low relative to other cities around us. Currently, city council members are offered $300 a month as a stipend for their service. The proposal and what is currently in the budget would raise that to $400 a month as the stipend. The mayor is at $800 a month offered as a stipend, and it would move up to $900 a month. I know council members have expressed various feelings about that and whether that number is low or high or even necessary. So that was more of a general feel, kind of right in the middle of what has been discussed. But again, it's kind of a placeholder until the council decides what you would like to do with that. I know that there's an element that talking about your own compensation that's always awkward, but that is a number that has not changed. We did research as far as we could go, and see that number has been the exact same for what was the number, Lisa? At least since 2000, and so it has not changed and adjusted for a long time. And planning commission, just so you know, planning commission also adjusts similarly.
From what to what?
I think they're currently, I want to say $150 a quarter to, I think we made it $115 a month so that it would be an easier part of the payroll process. So we suggested $115 a month, which I believe it was closer to 55 or 60 or something.
$69 a month.
Okay.
So it's basically $69 to 150 or 115?
115.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that's enough for them. It is awkward, and I appreciate recognizing this is awkward on public record to talk about compensation. So knowing that we all recognize that, it's hard. It's hard to say what is sufficient and what's not. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't think I feel as awkward. And let me express by saying, coming into this just a few months ago, you know, I ran for office. I thought this would be great. I already study the packets every time. I know what these guys are doing. This will be a great way to get involved and to serve. And I think the very first meeting we had was getting sworn in, and I thought this is great. This is cake. And I'll tell, and this is more for the public out there than anyone else, because the council all knows this already. The amount of time and effort dedicated to this job is far from anything that I would have originally conceived of. And the reason why I bring that up is not because this isn't an issue of an hourly wage. This isn't an issue of anything like that. For me, it comes down to one simple principle, and that is doing this service negatively impacting anyone or all that are doing it? And there's a couple of reasons that I can see that. Number one is, and again, while we're talking about compensation, we've got to be able to admit that this job is a job. It's not just service. This has a very large impact. I was going to say mega impact on our families. And I think when we came into it, we knew this. We knew that the commitment of time and effort. But as Dave, you've said many times, this is not a council that just shows up for the meetings. We're part of the committee groups, and if you're doing the committees and you're doing the study of the 369-page packet, which we keep promising are not going to keep getting larger, but they do, it prevents those on the council from being able to get a secondary job. Quinn has been able to run his job, and I'll let him speak to how much time and flexibility that has allotted him. But for me, I've seen the time with my business go down as this has gone up, and I just want to say that as a past employer, I never wanted to underpay what somebody was worth and to give them a fair balance of a pay or compensation, if you want to call it that. So for me, I, of course, like everyone at this table, has complained every time Congress gives themselves a raise. And as we're talking about rate increases and how I don't want to do that, I have to look at this as, does doing this service become a detriment to those doing it? Or is this a job that from here on out really can only go to financially successful people that don't have to work? I don't know, and I don't want to talk for anybody else about whether you need the money or not. I don't think it's a question of that. I think it's a fair wage for the effort and what is being sacrificed. So I do think it's necessary. I think that we're taking the tough, talk about not kicking something down the road. This is going to be a tough issue, and I know that it's going to, a lot of the citizens may have questions about it. I just think that it's something that needs to do. And the $100, I'm one of those that's on the complete opposite side. Adding $100 to it, yes, that's great. It does show an appreciation for it, but that still doesn't change the fact that if I needed to, if something happened and I needed to go out and get another job, I couldn't. I would actually have to quit. And I don't think that's right. I don't think this should be a well-paid, I'm not going to say we need to be able to buy a boat off of this, but I would suggest going from 300 to 5 or even 600, because, like I said, I don't think this should be a detriment. So, any other thoughts?
Did you say a $300 increase to 600? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So going from 300, where we're paid now, instead of doing a $100 increase, I would do a $300 increase to get it up to 600, or even higher. But it's like you said, it is kind of tough to keep on saying, well, you know what, I think I actually deserve this. It really is. I think it's a serious question of what we need to be able to do and the type of people that we'd be eliminating if we don't. And I don't want to eliminate any citizen from being able to run because they just don't have the option to quit their job or anything like that. So anyways.
I echo everything you just said. every single thing. That was very well stated, Joel. So, because I had the same thoughts, are we going to make it so people are eliminated from being able to be on the city council? And that's not right.
Yeah.
When we decided to discuss this, I took the opportunity to look at some cities that are comparable to South Weaver. I looked at West Bountiful, Fruit Heights, and West Point, and all of them were way, way above what they're paying their council and mayor than what South Weaver is. And I mean, as much as doubling or even more than doubling what they're paying their people. So I don't think anyone here should feel guilty about raising that up. Blair, let's hear from you.
I don't have a lot of comments other than it was very well stated by Joel. I would agree with most of what he said. I just don't want to make it something that's lucrative to where it's enticing people to come and get a job and not do anything, because we've had council members that don't put the kind of time in that this council or the past couple of councils have put into it. And they have been 2 hours a meeting, and then they go home and wait till the next meeting. And I don't want to get it so high that that's enticing those who don't just want the income either.
Okay, further discussion?
Yeah, I come from a little bit different approach. As Joel indicated, my work schedule is such that I'm a little more flexible than I would have been 20 years ago. I ran for office not realizing there was any compensation, and I was ready to serve the community. Although once I got in here, it was a lot more than I thought it would be. And I've seen what Mayor Schoblum did and what Mayor Westbrook is doing now, and they're definitely well underpaid for all the hours and meetings they go to and all that other stuff. From the standpoint, there's definitely a service there. From my standpoint, I only do what I can do. You know, I'm not quitting my job or sacrificing my job, you know, and so I'm trying to rely on a teamwork, the staff to do their job, which they are being paid for, and so that we can be more consultant and legislative overview. I mean, we could spend hours and hours and hours researching every topic that comes up before us, and I just don't feel that personal need, but I know that others on the council are doing a great job and they do a significant amount of research, and I really appreciate that. But, you know, that then needs to be part of the job description, I guess, if we're going to expect people to do little or a lot or something along there. So, you know, I support paying the mayor a lot more, paying a few other council members a lot more for all the extra effort they're doing, but I don't feel like I need any. And I guess my other comment about giving ourselves a raise, quote unquote, if we did something like this, I would propose that we say it goes into effect 2 years from now, when half of us are off or have to rerun again, rather than it being something that we immediately do. But those are just my thoughts on it at this point.
Well, everybody just about summed up everything that's going through my head. It's been a really conflicting thing, and I appreciate having some time to talk about this, because I didn't want it to feel like it was slipped in and oh, a raise, we passed it. You know, it needs to be out in the open, and their public deserves to know what we're discussing about. I do have concerns, as Blair mentioned. You know, we are a unique council. This is not typical. We hear that over and over and over again in other cities that show up, and haven't even read the packet yet, and I worry about doing an increase based on the effort that we're putting in, because it is a voluntary thing, and just being able to do what we can do. It's hard, but I also relate to, the points that Joel brought up about, eliminating someone who might be really well qualified because they can't afford to be able to run. I guess that's the life of public office, though. You don't get rich being in public office. So they say, although some people really are. But anyway, so yeah, I just, I actually, Quinn, that was my same thought too, was to pass it for like in 2 years or something. So it's not something that was beneficial to us. It's kind of hard because we're all a little off a bit, but it's so hard for me in my brain to just raise our rates of storm drain, and knowing that in 10 years, the amount that's going to put on our citizens and ask and approve a raise at the same time. It's so difficult in my brain to do that. So I don't know. I don't have an answer. Those are just all my thoughts that I just run in circles with in my brain. So I don't know where that leaves us.
Maybe we should talk about the mayor first.
I'm fine with the mayor getting paid more.
Okay.
That's a lot of
It's
hours.
a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of time commitment. I don't,
No, I'm not, I'm not looking for more. It's a much, I can't believe how busy I am with this, but certainly not looking or thinking that the mayor should be given any more money. That's probably the least item on my list for even having this discussion on the rest of it, so.
And we appreciate
not
that about
think about-
you. You are a very humble man. I think the amount of time and effort and work and sacrifice that you've made is astounding. And I think that as a position, and I think that's the way we need to look at it, is this isn't about us individually. It's not even about our neighbor. It's about the position itself. I don't know how many people would be willing to do what you do without being able to also support their family at it. So I think the position of mayor, we ought to definitely be looking at the amount of time commitment that goes into doing that and doing it well.
well, I agree with Joel.
I don't need that big one.
Hey, that's my paper.
I know, I'm giving it away.
News you is.
Yep.
Yeah, the mayor has a lot of mandatory meetings. I mean, we have ours here at City Council, obviously, but outside of these meetings, the mayor is constantly in meetings. So I support that as well.
And so I guess, one option, again, this is a tentative budget. And so we could leave it as is and wait for the public comments and then make a revision as needed after that, because I don't know that there's a lot of value hashing out much more than, us saying what we've already said, but if somebody feels otherwise, I think we can discuss it further, but I think each one of us have had an opportunity to express our thoughts and feelings on it. And I don't know if there's more that needs to be said at this point or not.
So you all can throw rocks at me after this. And I hate to throw a wrinkle in an already difficult conversation, but there is a principle that a current council cannot bind a future council financially.
Right.
So there, you may, as you consider this issue, want to consider whether it is appropriate to address it as part of the budget decision, or whether it is more appropriately placed as some provision of city code that relates to compensation.
No, thank you for that.
I don't think we should have it, okay. I feel like if we're talking about it, we should talk about it now. And then we can still have public comment, of course.
True.
So,
So we have one option out there from Joel for 600.
That's what I'm gonna be known for.
Sorry, I'm just saying, can we, I don't know.
I think it's important to realize $600 a month. I mean, it's hard to put that into a $1 wage, right? And so I appreciated Jill's perspective. It's the position. It's not necessarily the.
It's not about us as individuals. It's not, I don't feel like I'm coming in when I'm saying $600 saying, hey, listen, I'm out of money. You guys, can you help me out? That's not my intent. That's not my purpose. And I don't think that would go very well anyways. I think that we have to look at the position itself and say, if take myself out of it, what would be appropriate ethically, as well as how much, if it was just my cash, how much would I be willing to pay somebody to do this? And that's where it keeps on going back, is just by being an employer. And you know, I look at what staff does and how much time and effort they put into it. And yeah, I'm the one that's also been saying that, you know, we do need to increase the compensation for everybody across the city, because if you do a good job and you put that effort into it, regardless of who you are, you deserve to be paid what you're worth and not less. And so, yeah, sorry.
No, I appreciate that. And I also feel like, I don't know what future councils are going to do, but is this going to go another 20 years before being addressed again?
And keep in mind, the bringing it up to $600 a month means that we would be, no, that can't be right. Let me hit that thing again. Yeah, 600. Yeah, $600 times 12. That's 7,200. So $7,000 a year.
Can I just say what's in my brain? This is where I keep getting the hang up, and I appreciate what you're saying about like having a second job or something, but like that still wouldn't keep people be like, oh, now I can run for office. I can quit my job of 20,000 a year and go for 7. Like that's where I keep hitting a roadblock in my brain. This wouldn't necessarily allow somebody who couldn't run for office to now run for office. It wouldn't really change anything.
I don't know if anybody would give up their job for $7,000 a year.
Nobody would.
Yeah.
That's why we're all insane for sitting up here.
But that is that part of the service. I mean, we know it. It's why I said I don't want it to be a detriment for it. But we also have to recognize that it is the stewardship of the citizens' money that we're talking about here. So.
Okay, we want to make a change here. We want to make a recommendation on this compensation, or we want to discuss other budget items.
I think the planning commission should go up to 150. How many meetings do they have a month? One? Gosh, some of them are really ugly.
The planning commissioners or the meetings?
The meetings.
I'm just saying the way that
Talking about staff.
Ouch.
She was talking about me. It's okay.
Grammar is important.
Okay, okay, 115. That's what it's currently. budgeted at?
115 a month
115 a month.
is what
The
we're
new amount.
suggesting.
We previously were paying per quarter and an average staff fee and $69 a month.
Okay. And that's already what's been put into this budget attachment that we just got. Okay.
Yeah.
And the mayor is currently at
800. 800 moving to 9.
I would recommend you move that to 1,000.
I was gonna say 1,200.
I struggle, I struggle support. I know where Rod comes from on that, and I struggle with approving the council above 500 for sure. And I really do. I'm sorry, but I still feel that it's a service we're providing. And if you come into this with any different mindset, one, I didn't realize you got paid either when I ran for office or when I was appointed. I had no idea that South Weaver, I thought South Weaver was completely voluntary except for the mayor. And so I really struggle with that, as Quinn does. And to take it to 6, I mean, that's double. And I don't think I can support that.
So you would recommend the mayor go to 1,000?
Mayor at 1,000, council at 500. That's meeting in the middle. I mean, I was okay with going up 100. That's a pretty big increase, and so I don't know. I would leave it where it is, but I agree with the points that Joel and Angie and everybody has made that it probably is time for that to happen.
Are you okay with the 115 for PC?
Yeah, I'm 115, 150. I mean, it's they do a lot of time and their meetings are long. I think 115. I mean, if we're just dividing it up by meetings, you know, we're supposed to go to 3 a month. They go to 1 a month, and we end up to 6 or 7 a month, which is fine too. And that's what we've asked for that ourselves. So we can't blame that on anybody but ourselves.
Yeah.
And so we're only required to be at 3. We're the ones that ask for the 7 or more. And so I'm okay with 115. I would even be okay with I think Angie said 150 for PC. That's fine too.
I could do either way.
I'm fine for the 150 for PC.
150.
150.
Well, then I guess then what we do is do a motion or just a discussion, I guess. It doesn't have to be a motion, really.
Yeah, whatever you do that changes what is in there would need to be part of the motion. And this probably doesn't need to be.
But
Yeah,
Dave,
go ahead.
if we put that in the whole budget motion and one of us doesn't agree with just that item, you're going to have
I was
to
just
get a
going
no
to ask
vote on
that
the vote.
too.
Yeah.
You need to have a motion almost on this item if we're going to agree on this item.
That's fine.
Can we have an unofficial vote?
Yes.
Yeah, you could essentially take a straw poll,
Okay.
a non-binding. Of course, all of this for the tentative budget is subject to change in the future, but yeah, we do need direction on what number to put in the tentative budget and publish.
Okay, so
I will point out one thing, and I know it's uncomfortable for some councils, and this is a credit to you, not a discredit to you. I hope it comes across the right way. And that is, it's okay to not be 5-0 on things. That's why we have councils. I know that you're typically very lockstep and work that way, and you move as a group, and that's a really wonderful thing for the community. But there are controversial items that end up being 4-1 and 3-2.
What you talking about? Quinn and I are always fighting.
probably could have been unsaid, but it's a reminder.
All right, well, Blair, it's too bad you're not sitting right here so I could punch you or something, but not really.
Yeah.
But I agree with Joel on it, quite frankly. I don't want people to feel like I'm being selfish or greedy, and that's the hard part because it's the position. I mean, it's hard to expect someone to manage a multi-million-dollar business for a little bit. So, I mean, I think I would support 600.
So 150 PC, 1,000 mayor, 600 CC, city council.
I'm good with that. It's hard.
I know.
It's hard.
Trust me, I'm feeling it right now. Let me tell you. I think I'm going to be kicked out of the Utah Libertarian Society.
So let's just take a straw poll then. What do you think?
That's what I would go for.
No, and I'm sorry, but
Glenn?
no.
I leave it as is. I mean, I struggle on raising the utility thing and then turn around and say, but I need to be paid more. And so this is one I would kick down. It's been 20 years, but I'm okay
What's
kicking
another 20?
kicking down the road at least.
Blair, what do you think?
I would be no.
Okay, so same numbers at 500 for city council.
That's a straw.
It sounds like,
That's just a straw, so I don't know that you.
yeah, there's a general consensus for the mayor at 1,000 and planning commission at 150, 50. The question is, where does city council land?
Okay, so if we go 500 then on city council.
I was no across the board.
You're
I'm
not-
not on each of them.
so
Got it.
these are-
I would leave things as they are
Okay.
on all three.
So Blair, where would you be with 500 for CC?
Angie, don't throw things at me.
You do you.
I know. I mean, my heart goes right along with Quinn. I just say leave it as is, but I mean, that's my own personal perspective, and that's not fair to others. And so I would probably agree with 500.
Wait, you want to leave it as is or you want to go to 500?
Well, I personally would just leave it alone. I wouldn't have done anything to any of it.
But your straw poll for 500 is an aye?
I would concede, because I agreed with the 400 and whatever we had in the original budget. That's only changing it $100. I would concede at that and just leave it at that at 500.
What do you think?
I'm sorry, I'm a no.
Joel,
Yeah, I'd go for it.
go for the 5. Angie,
Yep.
so that's 3-2.
Okay. We will put in the budget the final or the tentative budget that is published out again. An emotion would. Please include in the motion changes as discussed, but we will plan on $1,000 a month for the mayor, 500 for city council, and 150 for planning commission.
Okay, other budget items. Anyone have any other discussions?
I don't have any at this time.
Okay, let's look for a motion on this then.
Okay, Mayor, I will make a motion
Okay,
that we approve resolution 22-22, adopt fiscal year 2022-2023 tentative budget with consolidated fee schedule and set public hearing with the following adjustments. Increase in the consolidated fee schedule recreation from a $3 increase to $5 increase. I have it written as page 157. I hope that's correct. I don't know if I need the page in there.
You don't need the page.
Okay. Increase compensation for the mayor up to $1,000 a month. Increase compensation for city council to $500 a month. Increase planning commission to $150 a month, not meeting per month, per month.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Sorry, did you capture all of the recreation budget increase?
There was just the one, right? $3 to $5
But it was 2A through 2I. It was all of them.
for
Yeah, you need to say each
Chapter
item.
15, 2A through 2I.
chapter 15 of the consolidated fee schedule, 2A through 2I,
Increase
to show the
by
increase
$5
to
instead of 3.
$5 from $3.
I think you need a date for the public hearing.
Yes.
May 24th.
What day is it?
May 24th, 2022.
With the public hearing set for May 24th, 2022. How do we do, Michelle? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll begin with roll call vote. Councilman Halverson?
Aye.
So again, just a clarification, if I disagree with some of those, can I say aye on part? Okay. Knowing that I disagree with some of them, I still say aye so that we can move forward with our tentative budget.
We just threw a wrench and everything.
Really?
No, I guess. I don't know. No.
Joe?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. 4-1.
I don't know. Who knows what to do?
Next item, resolution 22-23, approval final plat, approved final plat of improvement plans and conditional use permit of South Weber Gateway at approximately 2350 East South Weber Drive.
Mayor, can I request a 5-minute recess? Or you guys can get started without me.
What would
And me.
everyone like? Would you like one?
Yes, please.
All of those that would like a 5-minute recess?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll have a 5-minute recess.
Gotta make that standard procedure at 9:30. If we're only halfway through the. Yeah.
Do we need to go back to 3?
Lease is muted.
The designs of the individual units, we don't have what they look like, the elevation, any of those kind of things. And so my question is, are we even, I would assume we shouldn't even be looking at this yet then.
So the item that we're considering tonight is the final plat, the improvement plans and the conditional use. The architectural site plan review is a function of the planning commission and not a function of the city council. And so that's why that's not included in the packet.
When does that come to them now?
It came to them at the preliminary review.
But just the residential, not the commercial.
They received both residential and commercial at that point.
Are you sure? You got the front edge and the color scheme and all of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna go look at it real quick because I didn't see that come through.
She's trusting but verifying.
That's fine.
Very good, thank you. You can continue.
Well, I'm just still kind of confused. I don't understand why that's not part of the final plat approval. I didn't see anything in the development process that showed that as separate. When it came to city council, it did say it excludes any of the documentation.
So city council has purview over certain items in the code, and an architectural review is not the city council's purview. And so that's why it's not included in the packet, because it's not an item for consideration of approval based on what's before you tonight. The items that are for approval are the conditional use permit, the plat, and the improvement plans.
Okay, but that would say what we have the ability to legislate over, but it doesn't have anything to do with it being part of the project of being able to see it, because that's, I mean, I guess I would expect to see anything coming in for final approval, showing the actual units themselves, what they're going to be like, as we go through and look at the design of it. Or not the design, the layout of the entire plat. So I'm just kind of surprised on that.
So in the past, we have looked at like at least commercial buildings. I don't know about residential, but I know that we looked at like the color scheme for the style salon and the coffee shop and the car wash. Like we spent a lot of time on that. Does that not
included in the packet in the past? You're right. However, our city code specifically grants architectural design review to the planning commission.
Okay.
You're right in that regard.
Well, it may not be required then, but I would recommend for staff to make sure that comes along so we can at least see it. I do think that's something that I would like to see as we go through this. The next thing, and I'm addressing this obviously to staff, is that looking through the code we have today, I don't see any reason why we would need to deviate from it. We do offer multifamily dwellings, and they can do multifamily dwellings. We also allow for condominiums, and they can do condominiums. So I don't understand why we would make changes to it based on a code that most of this council just barely wrote and finished. I mean, if it wasn't what we wanted, I guess it shouldn't have been voted for. It seems like this is kind of stepping around the code that was just recently written. So as we're talking today, we're not talking about the development agreement yet. We're just talking the plans for this. And if the plans right now are to be when it's currently listed as a rental property, the only big issues that I have is number one, of course, making sure that the 6-foot wall is put inside there between the commercial and not. I still have some questions on the plants and why they all disappeared. And I don't understand some of the changes that have been made. And I don't know how to keep this separate from the development agreement. So I don't know how to proceed on this.
Can I just interject something to make sure I'm on the same page? I thought we agreed in our prior meeting that we were shifting to a development agreement. And so I'm now confused.
No, the development agreement is definitely part of this conversation tonight.
Okay.
Those terms need to be at least fleshed out enough so that we can move forward with the application if it is approved. As far as the code that we have, the method that they propose to utilize the site does fit within code. They have the options before them to put all of the buildings on one lot, separate individual lots, and put individual buildings on each lot. And they also have the opportunity to decide to plat it as a condominium project using the condominium plat sequencing, which has some provisions there. What the code is lacking in terms of doing it as individual lots for each unit is the ability for a zero lot line between those units. That is allowed using the condo plat because that is defined in the code, but there's no definition for zero lot lines found within the code at any point. So that's the deficiency there. However, what they've proposed does meet code on using multiple buildings on one lot.
So code committee met right before this and kind of talked about a couple of questions that I had thought about after our last meeting. So at our work session, we talked about approving this and then going and doing basically creating a townhome code for it that they could plat to. One thing that the council just needs to be aware of is that in order for them to truly go townhome plat, we would have to write that code to this development, not necessarily a code that we feel is best for our community. So just a random example, let's say that we decide that, a townhome plat looks best with 10-foot side setbacks. And that's something we all unilaterally agree with. This development does not meet that. So we would need to write a code that actually fits this development for them to come back and replat to, because otherwise they would need to reapply to meet the code that we are creating for any future R7 zones. So that's just something that we need to really consider going forward. That I know that we had a hope that they would come back and replat it, and that way they could sell them individually. But if we change that code in any way that doesn't necessarily fit their development, they may not come back because they will have to go through the process again to some degree. So we just need to really kind of consider if we want to write a code to this development so that they can be able to sell it as individual lots, or if we have them just go forward with a rental, one lot only, or condo if that's what they choose to do.
Isn't that the point of a whole development agreement for large developments? That's why we're going the development agreement route, in my mind, is so that you don't write a code towards just a particular development. We can't be all encompassing when we get into our codes. They're just too restricting when you get to larger developments. It's hard.
So with a couple answers to that question, and Jamie can elbow me if I'm speaking off base, but with the development agreement that was proposed in the last meeting a week ago, that would be essentially an administrative development agreement that the parties agree on phasing and things like that aren't specifically tied to a land use decision like a rezone. And so therefore isn't a legislative document, which would allow the council to legislatively add provisions that would allow for that. If eventually this project does have a rezone attached with it, which they have brought forth a proposal to do that, then at that point at the rezone, then you can have that development agreement state conversation on a legislative side.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And Blair, to get at what you mentioned, I think you're right. If and when the city council decides to take up the rezoning question that would apply to this development, you wouldn't have to do it in such a rigid way that would affect this, that you would use this development as the template for all future developments. What you could do is a rezoning decision specific to this development. And then if you wanted to amend the code so that it would allow for platted townhomes in a different way for other developments, you could do that as well. You would not have to, if you rewrote your code to allow for platted townhomes, you could do it differently for this development than for other developments.
And we would do that through the development agreement?
You could do it either with a development agreement specific to this property, not the one in front of you today. It would have to be noticed and heard like you would a zoning decision for it to do that work. So you could either do it through a future development agreement that would be specific to this project. You could do it through a section of your zoning code that would apply only to this project, to this property. And so you could have two kind of parallel side-by-side provisions, one that would grandfather this in, and then the other that would set forth whatever you
But
would
both
want.
of
the
those would require a
requirements to be.
public hearing
Yes,
for the
Yeah.
planning commission?
yes.
Forgive me, Trevor, was that commercial supposed to be in the final at planning commission or the preliminary?
I believe we did all the architectural site plan review and the preliminary.
Preliminary.
Yeah.
Trying to find a copy of the development agreement again. Doesn't seem to be. So what-
Okay. Oh,
Go ahead.
oh, okay, thanks. Just to clarify, Jamie, because it's getting late and I just want to make sure I'm following with you. So we can do the development agreement for this, the administrative development agreement. That's our tool at this juncture, right?
Right. So,
Okay.
so the decision before you today is an administrative one. It's the kind where you look at code and you say, does the application fit? What I believe it does fit, from what I understand. And so the development agreement that is with the packet today is really to control those administrative aspects like phasing. And then we added into it per the discussion in the meeting last week, an intent on the part of the city to attempt a rezone that would allow for platted townhomes. And if the city achieves that, an intent on the part of the applicant to apply for a replat under that new ordinance.
Thank you.
But I guess to the broader issue, the new ordinance can be specific to this development. And if you want to do something separate for other developments, you could do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
If we were, excuse me, if we were to pass this tonight, do we still have the option of controlling what the architectural look of these buildings are? Or do we not?
It's limited somewhat, not during this last legislative session, but in the 2021 legislative session, the state legislature passed a statute that prohibits cities from regulating kind of the finishes on projects. And so you cannot regulate the color, the texture, the materials, those kinds of things, except for those things that relate to safety, or if the development occurred in some kind of special zone, like a historic district or.
That's for residential,
like that.
correct? But we could for commercial, if I remember correctly.
I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah, you still can for commercial.
Well, and keep in mind, in the developer's agreement, it does say if the developer's application to replat the property as a townhome plat is otherwise consistent with the amendments of the city's land use ordinance, the city agrees to approve such application without requiring any material changes to the site plan. For purposes of this agreement, new architectural requirements, changes to setbacks, landscaping requirements, or loss of control over individual units by the developer would constitute a material change. So what we're saying, according to this, then of course Jamie can correct, is if we pass this with this form of the development agreement, understand the city has no recourse now anymore to get involved. This is just done. So I am definitely not a fan of Section D, and I would never give away the city's rights to be able to still control what's going on this.
What section did you just refer to?
That is developer and city agrees as follows. Section 2, subsection D.
City from city code?
The
No, this
development
is the
agreement.
development agreement.
The development agreement draft.
Yeah. So, and to me, my understanding is that we were looking at the development agreement to be able to say, we want to be able to get into the phases, and if we do the phases, that we would go on and make these changes. I would just like to put it before the council, there's still no reason for us to make these changes. This basically is still a multi-family dwelling. It is already in our code. They could go condominium, they could go multifamily. They already know that the plat itself doesn't match multifamily because it's squished in. There's no setbacks between buildings. So it's a very tight development. And so what we're saying is we're going to sidestep the code that we've already created just for this one project for the only reason of they want us to. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that we should, it's not like we're in opposition to it, but at the same time, I don't see what advantage the city gets to passing something already that's less than the R7 zoning that we just barely created. I mean, we're basically saying, here you go. Yeah, well, this is what we wanted, but we'll take a lesser approach. Because this is, I think as Blair pointed out, this is probably one of our last R7s that we're going to deal with. So for me personally, I don't see the reason to switch it. If there were, I don't know, if there were issues, the contract kind of knocks us out from being able to even look at them and to make any changes. I don't know why or when or how it was even legitimate for the phases to be taken out in the first place. And I don't understand how that could go from one approval and suddenly have those things removed, but it did. And so for me, I have a hard time voting for this change either way. We already have code that addresses this. And it is, I'm assuming it is your wish to switch it over to a plat where there is property associated with the building that's being sold, correct?
And that's one of the things that Sky could probably answer a little bit better for us. And part of that is, in the future. So it's not something that's going to happen right now. And that provision in the development agreement that you read there, I think a lot of that is we envision this to happen after the buildings are in place. So at that point, any changes that would be required on a plat obviously couldn't be made because the buildings would be built at that point. And so it's not to hamstring the council in any way with that provision in the code or in the development agreement. It's more just the timing that we envision a potential replating to take place. We see that these buildings are already constructed and built at that point.
Well, and thank you very much. I think that's the part that kind of worries me the most about it is that if you guys start building, base it on this plat that's come through, this plat is set up for rental.
Correct.
And to change that over then to multi-family dwellings, it would mean we would have to give up on our code already says about the setbacks. And to me, I think you guys are missing out on an opportunity for it. I mean, you guys can start on it, but just kind of looking and seeing by what the council talks about tonight, I'm just saying you guys might want to look at the option of going on and starting building, cutting the ground and getting to work. But maybe if we're going to work together on this, maybe looking at what the setbacks could be if it was just still a multi-use, or sorry, a multi-family dwelling. But anyone else?
I could speak to
I
that.
think Sky wanted to, go
okay.
ahead, Sky.
Thank you. Sky Hazelhurst, 4120 Ross Drive. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that on Zoom, but so yeah, Jeremy's exactly right. It's, we wouldn't be able to just tear down or move buildings, of course, once we've started construction. So that's why that's in there, is just to be clear that we can't, have any material changes as in physically moving buildings. The development agreement's really there for per the city council's request specifically. So, if we decide in the future to do a condominium plat, we're fine with that. If we leave it as a single plat, we're fine with that. If the city council wants us to replat as a townhome, and you provide code for that, we're fine with that. We are completely, flexible to do the platting process as long as the time frame works, and however you want us to try to go down that road. We just want to get the plat approved tonight based on the code that it's written to, and the phasing that was never memorialized in a document, which again, we're fine with that. We agreed to the phasing. There's no surprise there, but this seemed to be the route that was given to me or told to me to do to memorialize that phasing. So that development agreement is all for, or as requested by you as the council. So that's why we rushed to get that done. We had that done in, I think, 3 days back and forth with staff, which they've been great. We had several calls, video conferencing. I worked with Jamie a lot. So we did work hard to try to hit every single item in there and get it to you in a timely fashion so you could review it.
I appreciate that, Sky.
So Sky, just let me ask you something so I can better understand. You keep mentioning the timeline, and I guess my concern here is if we go ahead and pass this with the plat as is, and then we work on our R7 code that will fit what we want for, if it makes some minor changes to your site plan, and that takes 2 or 3 months, what does that look like for you guys? Is that something that you'll say thanks but no thanks, which is your right to do so, or is that something that you say nope, we really want to sell these individually, and so we'll do that?
We would prefer, and if as of today, to sell, with some sort of replatting process. So we would definitely work favorably towards that, and maybe it's a mix of some for rent and most for sale. But you all know how unknown the future is, and that's an important thing for any developer, to have some of that flexibility to make sure that things don't sit vacant or go bankrupt. So,
thank you.
Of course.
Trevor, I wasn't able to see the commercial buildings in the preliminary or the final.
Yeah, Dave and I were just discussing that as well. My recollection is that we did review them, but I will have to go back through and look at the meeting minutes and the videos and see where that.
So I watched both those. I remember never seeing them because that was one of the
Yeah.
concerns I have. So
Okay.
just based on a little bit off of last meeting too. So this is our site plan, and if we approve it, pending that there's no major change, which be amended, right? Let's just say that they're not gonna ever amend the site plan as is. Will we see those site plans of those individual buildings come forward?
If that was missed, then yes, we would have to bring that through the process. We just have to bring those as individual items to review.
And I've gone back through all my notes while we've been sitting here, and being in all those planning commissions, and I don't recall seeing the architectural review.
For the houses, but not the commercial buildings.
The meeting
Yeah, exactly.
minutes, yeah, the meeting minutes for the planning commission preliminary review specifically identifies architectural review and says we need to do that at the final. And so the final
Okay,
was-
and then-
the final was in April, and
Okay, so Commissioner Losi actually brought that up and said that she hadn't seen them, and they said it was done at preliminary, because that was something that got brought up at that point, because I remember thinking the same thing.
That was something that was there on our side, and yeah, that would have
Okay.
to be fixed.
So if that was something that was missed, how does that work moving forward?
it would just go back to planning commission for an approval, because architectural review is specifically code identified as a planning commission decision.
And that's when we would talk about the lighting that Commissioner Dills, the council member Dills brought up. And I think outdoor signs are part of that architectural review, and color scheme and exterior quality, if I remember right from the code.
You bring up a couple of items that off the top of my head, I'm not sure as far as the sign and lighting, if that's considered architecture.
Outdoor advertising, considerations relating to outdoor advertising. That's in our architectural chapter.
Yeah, and I remember talking to Trevor about that, about getting some type of light plan from them, and I don't remember off the top of my head whether that was a required one for the commercial. I believe it was, because we did it through all of the Mortys, showing where the light was going to go, and where we're just so close to the residential. I thought that was going to be included in it. So if it's not required, please let me know.
I guess what I'm not sure if the lighting plan is considered architectural review. That's all.
I'm not seeing
Yeah.
that in architecture, no. But the outdoor
that's-
advertising, that was something that we had concerns about, just what their fines for these commercial buildings were gonna be. And I know that I had some questions on that, so to not be able
Brandon,
to.
don't we typically see sign design and things like that? Part of the,
Yes, if they're proposing it at this point,
But
but they could
They
come
an-
back at another
yeah, they
point.
answered that last week and said they were gonna do that individually as they got tenants.
Right, but we're approving the site plan, so they don't have to come back because we've approved the site plan.
But
They would have to come back.
for a sign.
Yeah, they would, for a sign.
Well, they'd have to do it, yeah, they'd have
They
to do it
didn't-
for the sign, but with the new phasing now, those buildings are going to be pre-built before customer, unless they have a customer online to do it. Because according to the contract, the phasing, they can't start on building number 34 until the commercial is all caught up and the permits have been sent out. So I would assume that would mean that the buildings would have to be completed by then. So we would see that.
Right. I guess I'm just saying they could, when they're ready to propose whatever sign they want, they would come back for that approval.
For the sign
For the
itself,
sign.
separate for the, okay.
Right.
And that would play into the lighting as well. But each tenant's gonna want some say on, making sure that their parking lot is lit appropriately, which we're not gonna know until we have that tenant lease. As far as lighting overall goes, I did talk to Brandon offline after our work session meeting. about providing him a sheet and something to look at. So I did agree to that. I know Reeve is working on that.
Yeah,
Our
we
engineer.
yes, we talked about them showing that specifically on its own sheet, just so it's clear. But it does. I mean, it's already on there, but all the lights that they're proposing are already on their plans. But if it was its own sheet, then it might be it might look more like a lighting plan.
I do have a couple other follow-ups, if you don't mind, just because there were things you asked for. So I did, I talked to Robinson Waste. So we talked to Lance Allen there. We had him review the site plan. So I'm just looking at his email. It just says, based on the provided plat, we can service this community. The only concern I see is parking on trash collection day along the streets, making sure they have access to the waste carts. And then it says, we'll have to back in on street C, that hammerhead, which we already knew. Residents would have to put, so basically says, make sure that the cans are on one side of the street on the hammerhead. And then he just said, all very doable. Let me know if you have any other questions.
I appreciate that you went and talked to them about that, because that is one of the concerns that I've had. Although I'm not a big fan of having any trucks back up on a family road. Including the development agreement in this, we also agreed to give them the extra quarter acre or so of residential.
I don't know that we agreed that. I know that's been brought forth. But my understanding from the meeting was that they were going to go back and adjust it to make it fit. And I know we didn't have a lot of details on that, but from what I saw, where the difference was, it was just on the west end. They put their townhomes in there, didn't have enough setback, and so they just moved it back whatever feet they needed to get the setback right, and chopped it away from commercial. So if that's really what happened, can't they just move that whole building to the west that amount, so we maintain our commercial? We don't have to rezone, and you take away from the retention basin. I mean, is that not doable? Why do we have to?
So I would defer to their engineering team on that, because as we spoke to them, the decision was find a proposed solution to fix that boundary line. I can't speak to all the reasons why their proposal was to have that, but
yeah,
it's easiest for them to just leave it as is, but I just think it sets a bad precedent. If we overlook something, the next person comes through and says, well, you bought off on a rezone because you missed it for this developer. So I know that precedent doesn't hold, but it just, if we can do it right, in my opinion, let's just do it right.
Yeah.
So we talked about that at the work session specifically. Remember, it's not the west side that's the problem, it's the south side. So what happened is we had changed the site plan and a long time ago, and that was approved by planning commission and was also reviewed by staff. What we failed to do was to make sure that the zoning boundary matched the approved site plan. And those adjustments were made because the original site plan was drawn with the dimensions of interior roads that were given by staff before council voted on the new roadway dimensions. So when we changed the new roadway dimensions, they were quite a bit wider, and we had to shift everything. So what we did is we pushed as far as we could to the south, to the hillside, as much as we were comfortable into that hillside before it would be an issue. And so we can't go any more south without being more than, I think, an 8-foot tall. On one section, the tall section is an 8-foot retention wall, and then it goes down to 0, but so we've already pushed as far as we think is, doable and safe into the hillside. And so that's where that extra piece was. So it was changed long ago and approved on the site plan side. It just never got caught on the zoning dimension, but the overall square footage of everything is exactly the same for commercial and overall units on the residential.
One of the adjustments, just to add a little more background, there was a contingency placed on the approval for the preliminary design because one of the commercial buildings was out of compliance on the setback requirements on the west side of the commercial property. So the developer was tasked to correct that. With the changes to the private right-of-way ordinance and the changes to that setback, that's where it looks like the boundary alignment came out of the zoning boundary there. As staff, when in our conversations on the development agreement with the developer proposed to maintain the boundary line as proposed after those changes, then to seek a rezone later to correct the zoning boundary line. That was their proposal. And so what it would seem on our side, and this is just speculation on our side, is that because of the setback requirements for the 30 feet for the townhomes, that necessitated that boundary line adjustment there. And so was basically necessitated because of the changes, the private right-of-way ordinance and different things that had happened.
So just to clarify, there's the number of units is not any different because of this.
They adjusted one unit down because of the private right-of-way changes.
And the square footage of the commercial is the same?
Roughly. I think there was maybe
a quarter acre.
Yeah. Well,
but of the actual,
the stores themselves.
yes, the buildings,
there was
the footprint
maybe,
didn't change.
I think about 1,000 square feet because of the setback requirements. So I just want to clarify the development agreement with that provision in it. That is completely up to you to accept or reject. That was what the developer proposed to have in the development agreement. So you can have that negotiation conversation on whether or not you would allow that, or they need to keep the boundary line the way it is.
So on that same note, would we also be able to say negotiate taking out townhouse 1 and 2 and making that commercial, and that way we would do the development agreement for the townhomes? I think that's more of a question for them.
Yeah, I think when you start doing that, you're changing the development agreement from being an administrative tool to legislative. So you could do it, but you couldn't do it today. You would have to notice it and have a hearing, and then you could do it.
But we're going to have to do that anyways if we're doing any change to the zoning, correct?
If you change,
Yes.
you would have to do that to do a zoning decision. So
I'm sorry, I have to give some perspective to this a little bit. Sky, when you mentioned that, this got preliminary approval and everything, you went to preliminary approval and you weren't in compliance yet. That's when you found out that there was 30 feet that needed to be done there. And then you also pushed through that private road, knowing full well that we still needed to go through it, knowing full well that if we made changes to our private road, that you would also need to make changes to your development. I feel like you're coming and being like, oh no, this was all approved and you guys keep changing things, but there were things that had happened that required those changes on your part because of the action that was taken. I'm going to be honest, I'm really frustrated that the commercial was left out of the preliminary and of the final, even though we were told it was put in there. I feel like through this whole thing, there's just been little things that have been missed, and now we're sitting here. I left that work meeting feeling like, okay, we can just put in that they can plat this, and then realize, no, we actually have to write a code to their development, which is something I do not want to do. But I do not want this to necessarily be rentals, but we really don't have any promise of them coming back and making these individually owned unless we write our code to their development. And I'm not okay with that. I'm just really frustrated overall with this project right now.
But again, all of this has been direction I've been given. We changed the road to what you passed, right? It's not like we
I
just,
understand that you changed the road, but I'm just saying that it's coming across as, oh, well, you guys made us do this and you guys made us do this. But just for that road, at least, you knew very well that we may change that road. You wanted to go forward anyway.
yeah, and we did, right? We changed the road. We lost a unit because of it, and we pushed more into the hillside to accommodate for that. So yeah, we knew that we weren't, that it was up in the air on what size of road you wanted as a council. But we're trying to follow everything we've been given the best we can. I know that we gave elevations for commercial. We submitted them to somebody during the application process. We have them. We created them for the application. I think we're all doing our best here, staff included, to follow the guidelines and code I've been given. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm not asking to rezone anything to reduce or increase commercial or residential. It's nothing more than a cleanup item to be able to properly plat if we were to sell. There's no buildings going over the zone line. There's nothing like that happening. I'm trying here. I really am. I pushed hard this last week based off of the council's input to do everything I possibly could. There was, I think, 6 items that you specifically tasked me with, and I did every single one of them, including doing research on, water-wise plants that you had mentioned. And I'm here. I'm doing everything everything I'm trying to get direction from the council. I'm completing here.
I do want to just say on behalf of staff, we do apologize for the minor errors that have occurred. And I don't want to offer any excuses that they were some missed things. And it is within your purview to ask for a continuance until those items can be rectified if you would like to do that. But on behalf of staff, we do apologize for those items that were missed.
So let me ask or propose one thing if it's possible. So on the south side is where we had the issue with the zoning, and we had to shift things because of the setback on the back side or the north side of those buildings. So can we, in the development agreement, say for lots such, the setback can be, reduced how many feet it needs to be so that we can get that 1,000 square foot of commercial back, and the zone, it doesn't have to be rezoned?
So in order to do that, that would have to be a legislative development agreement, which would have to go through the process.
So this is not a legislative development?
This is an administrative one.
Okay.
Dictating the administrative process, so phasing and other items that are there. But to do any zoning, it would be technically a zoning amendment for that development, and so it would need to be a development agreement done by legislation.
But we're not changing the zoning.
You're changing the zoning text,
the site plan.
the requirements for the zoning. So a setback is determined by the zoning code. So the zone holds within itself setback requirements, lot width requirements, and other things. Any variations to those would be an amendment to the zoning code and would require a development agreement done through legislation.
Okay.
But you do understand, I think he's actually trying to correct the issue of they are out of compliance.
No, I absolutely do. And that's something if the developer wants to continue through. So with the development agreement, it is a two-way street. The developer has to agree to go through that process. We do hold the keys on the approvals, right? And as if it's something that doesn't comply with code, we have the ability to not approve that. So it's it's something that we'd have to work through together, and we could do that if that's the direction that is given.
So Sky, you mentioned water-wise plants. On the site plan that we got, it was the same number of plants that were at the planning commission final. Were you guys intending to increase the plants, or what was the decision there?
I just had a landscape architect start sending me water-wise type of plants. I haven't gotten any further than that.
My issue is if I approve the site plan, then it's still the same that was required with the site plan. So it's just kind of on your honor that would increase. Okay, so let me get this straight. If we did a legislative development agreement, pending that the developers agree, it could include things like the increase in plant. It could include the trail going further to the east and not through the commercial. It could include what else did we talk about? The barrier walls code. I feel like the biggest issue that I'm having, Sky, is that if we allow you to plot this, we're allowing you to plot something that technically does not meet our code because you didn't meet all the setbacks. And so in order for you to be able to be given something that isn't meeting our setbacks in our code, I need to feel like there's something coming back to the city and I'm not just giving away the farm. I understand that being able to be individually owned, I do feel would be better for the community in the long run, but I'm not willing to just give it all unless I feel like there's some other provisions from you guys given back to us. But we're at a point now that that's a legislative decision and that's going to take some time with public noticing. And I'm not sure if you guys are able to wait for that time period. I'm looking at you at our TV, which I don't know where it looks like I'm looking at to you, but.
Yeah, I can see. Thank you. I don't know. It's hard to be at this point. I think council's worked hard to do a good job to, approve what they believe in, and I get that. I feel like we've tried hard to get to where we are today. It's been years. The ironic thing is we tried to do a development agreement multiple times last year, and it was shot down at that current council. And somehow here we are again, starting over, I feel like, and I'm just being honest how I feel.
No, I agree. I can understand that.
So it's hard to somehow restructure everything on our end and start over. I don't know. I thought this was a good solution that, and again, staff, if you have any, or Jamie have anything input here, but I know when we talked about coming back to clean up the zoning designation, or I'm sorry, zoning boundaries, that could be done after platting. Is that right?
I think that's correct as it relates to the boundary adjustment. That could be done so the issue with the boundary adjustment is when you redraw that line, it dips into area that's not zoned for this project. There's no structure there, so I don't know that it affects how they've platted it and what they would build, but that's the decision that would have to be made there, and it is a zoning decision. So it has to have the notice and the public hearing. So it could be part of that overall process, but I don't know that it.
Yeah, if I understand it right, it's more a technicality. It's not really going to change any structure
Right.
that's put in there, but it just doesn't. I mean, we wanted as much commercial as we get, and then we're putting out something that's even less than we approved.
Yeah.
I understand from a square footage perspective, that's certainly true. From what they're proposing, obviously nothing changes as far as the buildings go. And if I could just add, my concern with trying to hold that line, it is, unless they're willing to lose something, which I don't think that they want to do, it's likely going to push it farther into the hillside. And I would prefer that we you know, keep that retaining wall, you know, as small as it is proposed right now. So, you know, I understand where you're coming from, but just so you know, my perspective, I would rather see that line move a little bit and keep the wall at the height that it is and not go bigger.
I would say that with the, when we realized the size of the road, the new code, we tried our best to fit everything, and we lost a townhome, and yeah, and apparently we lost about 1,000 square feet of commercial. So it's not like we tried to say, oh, just take it all from commercial, right? I mean, we earnestly tried to fit. We lost it. We lost a unit, and we lost about 1,000 square feet, and that was all due to just trying to fit, you know, which are pretty wide interior roads, you know, comparative to other projects we do, but it is what it is. And so we fit it the best we could. And that's just kind of how it happened when we designed our site plan, the best we could possibly get.
So-
And Sky, I appreciate that. I just hope that you understand that I think still our priority has always been to be able to have a good, viable, strong commercial development there. That is when it was originally intended in the general plan. And so when you, like you said, made the adjustments, touching the sacredness, if you will, of our very limited commercial, that it's a big deal on our side, much more so than you know, the number of residential units.
Sure.
So, and I do think that we are almost there. I mean, I think that we're very close on it. So.
I just had a question. The site plan.
No, I want to say something. Okay, but Mayor first.
No, do you want to?
No, go ahead.
I thought you were going to make a motion. I've been waiting my turn and I'm going to do a 180 here. Sky, I'm going to ask you a question. And this is probably, I have more concern about this than what we've been talking about. And that is that we have a nice looking project when you're done. When this all began, the Paul family came in here, and it was their desire and their wish to make this the gateway to our community. And they talked about having nice looking upscale units with fireplaces and something that we were going to be proud of. Are you going to come through with their desire and their wishes, or are we going to have what you are advertising on the internet, which is you're pretty much generic looking, barrack looking condos?
I appreciate the question, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm happy to answer. So after, you know, if we get this approved tonight, we talked to the Paul family today. And so we're setting up a meeting with them and with Mill Creek Commercial, the vertical construction partner, and, you know, go over all of the drawings to make sure they feel good about them. You know, obviously there's a limit to what you can build and can't build, but earnestly, there is a meeting, you know, that we're setting up specifically to go over that. So we've already done some street naming, you know, for the family. They wanted some streets named after them. They have told me they want fireplaces, and you know, Mill Creek has agreed to that, and also to give them some input on the quality and the design. So yes, that meeting is still to happen prior to the project moving forward. I can promise you that.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, thank you for an opportunity here. I want to talk briefly about what we can do tonight, because I feel like we've all expressed frustration or concern or whatnot on all sides, right? So tonight we have the opportunity to either approve it as is, right? As they've presented it to us. We make any adjustments we need to the administrative development agreement, that we agree on. Can we do any of those things without having the architectural drawings, the facings?
I would say yes, but you may choose not to until those are approved. That they wouldn't be able to proceed with their project until those are completed and checked off. So we would have to take them through to the planning commission for them to be reviewed.
Okay, so technically we could, but may not be recommend to do that because we need to make sure what we're signing off on, right? Because if we approve this, it's a formality to go to planning commission, right?
Correct. You could put a contingency on that saying we have to have that approved, but that is something that is in code. But yeah, gauging on the temperature of the council, it feels that it may be a benefit to say, let's continue until that is done. And that is something that you can do.
And would that be something that, I mean, when is the next planning commission meeting? Is that something they can put on there, or is that a special meeting?
It's in 2 days.
It's in 2 days. I don't believe it's something that has to be public notice, but I'd have to double check that. So Lisa's avoiding my case. So we have 24 hours to amend an agenda. The only question is, Lisa, a site plan approval, is that a public notice? I'd have to check as well. We can double check on that.
Okay.
The architectural site plan review.
We'll have to double check, but I believe we could get it on the planning commission.
Okay. So if not, if we can't get it on the planning commission this week for whatever reason, is that something that we need to hold a special meeting for them? If they've already presented it and they met their deadlines and that was an error, is that something that we need to do for them if we can't get it on this week's meeting? Or something that's possible, right?
It's definitely possible if that's what you want to do. Just to have reference, the June planning commission falls the week prior to the city council meeting. And so if it did get pushed back to the June one, then we could do it in June and then have the city continues until the first city council in June as well.
Okay. Could somebody look into that while we're discussing if we need to notice that?
You check on that for us, Lisa.
Sorry, thank you, Lisa. I think that would be helpful for our discussion. Okay. Okay, so we're the boundary adjustment
is accept as is or go through a legislative development grant.
which would take a couple months in reality.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to weigh out our options so we know where we're going tonight.
It wouldn't hold them starting construction right now, though.
Correct. So just to clarify on that, our code doesn't prohibit if you have 2 zones on one parcel. If you're putting a structure, like a residential structure on a residential zone, then that's allowed even though a portion of the project may be commercially zoned, as long as the use, that's the Euclidean zoning favorite thing of Euclidean zoning, right? So they could begin construction on the site, but we would want to clean that up if that's what is approved, is allowing that boundary line.
Or or something sounds like, right? That would obviously have to be done.
Yeah, we would have to do a public hearing process to get it cleaned up.
Okay.
But again, that could happen in phase 2 or 3. So the construction could, so I'm just saying we wouldn't hold them up and that could still be,
right,
but it would have to be done for final.
And the potential, if you wanted to look at a legislative development agreement later, that is another triggering mechanism with a rezone, is that you could attach a development agreement to that rezone request at that point too.
Okay. So
he didn't LMOB, so I'm assuming that's correct.
Okay. So we either accept it knowing that they lost a unit on it. If we, okay, let me ask you this. If we accept that, we're saying, hey, there was an issue here and we're just going to go with what this actually is instead of what it had been rezoned to, right? Basically. Okay. Okay, so we would have to do that knowing that they lost a residential unit and we lost a little bit of commercial. So I want to ask the council, so we're not here till 2 a.m. How do we feel about that? That issue right there.
They lost the unit because of the change of the road. I just think that was a cost of their deciding to move ahead with it. And I understand why they did it. It's just, I think that's a cost on their own. I don't have any desire to decrease commercial even a little bit. That's just my own.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
I understand the technicality that if they're not going to change a building, then why do we be a stickler on an imaginary line? And so if they're really not going to change a building, it's just the principle. But if they did change the line and gave us an extra 1,000 square foot, does that change who might come into that commercial? I mean, that's a business decision, and that's something we can't decide tonight. So,
but so let me ask you this. If they're zoned, I'm just going to use round numbers, 5 acres for commercial, they don't have to fill that entire 5 acres full of commercial. So my assumption would be they wouldn't change a building at this point.
No,
right?
sure they won't.
They would change a residential one or a commercial one?
Commercial.
They would change a commercial if we.
So at this point, if we say, I'm just trying to be logistic, right? Logical, whatever the word is. If we say, no, we really want to go back and rezone this, commercial's not changing. It's not going to do anything different for us.
Well, at that same type of thought, there's no reason why we need to give them the exceptional change of platting it differently either.
I know, but at this point, then who's benefiting from either one?
Well,
we're cleaning up a technicality on a few thousand feet.
Depends on if they're willing to negotiate or not. I mean, and that's just it, is that if we say, okay, well, we're not going to, we don't care, you guys can do whatever you want, here it is, here's your all the options that you wanted. I still think that there's things that could be done to add to that commercial. I just don't know if they're willing to negotiate at all on it. And if they're not, it's, like I said, I'm fine with rentals.
Yeah, the whole intent here is just to draw this site plan to the code. Which we do for quite some time. We're trying to accomplish site plans that are drawn to code. That's all we've been trying to do. And again, that's why that rezone was done that way, was because you wanted me to follow the code.
But Sky, hold on. What you're asking us to do, though, is to sell these units, which are going to be multi-family dwellings. And as soon as we do that, we do have code that is in code right now that says, here are the setbacks, here are the zoning, here is the requirements for it. So when we make that change, we actually have code that you would no longer be following. And that's what I'm kind of getting at here, is that as we look at this, we're dealing with a change that when you make it a sellable lot, that building then becomes a multi-family unit or dwelling, of which our code does say and does have setbacks that you don't currently meet right now. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. And that's why I was saying is that if we could look at making the change to R7 that allows for the correct setbacks of the multifamily dwellings, which is what you're actually asking us to do, is to go into something that we have in code right now, then it would just be that you would need to meet the qualifications of what's in code right now.
That's how R7 is drawn correct already. The site plan is drawn to the correct setbacks.
No.
The setbacks for multifamily dwelling in R7 is
30
So,
feet.
With this being a single lot subdivision and our setbacks being determined by the lot, we have to orient it based off the
until
front.
we break it up and subdivide it again into these separate lots, which is what they're asking to do. They're asking us to subdivide that one gigantic lot into the small lots, which we do have in code, which does have, and that's why I'm saying is that, yes, if this is looking at a one giant lot, sure, and that's why it would have to be a condo or a rental. As soon as they want to make those individual lots, we have code for that, and all I'm asking is that they meet that code. And that code does have setbacks that aren't in here.
I just want to clarify the individual lots that you're discussing. Are you talking about the individual townhome units, or are you talking about the buildings themselves?
Well, when they break it up into lots, it depends on how they're going to set that up. But yeah, it would no longer be a single lot at that time. It would be individual lots.
Correct, but there's a difference there. Right now, our code does not allow for a zero lot line subdivision plat.
Right.
So if it's individual lots for the multifamily dwelling unit themselves, then yes, there's code that provides that. But the townhome zero lot line, there's not a provision in code that allows that. Only in the condominium subdivision plat.
I believe what Joel's getting at is a prediction of sorts, that if the city council were to change the zoning ordinance generally to allow for single lot townhomes, that ordinance would be accompanied with setback requirements on the lot basis, not the unit basis. And that may result in a reconfiguration of the site. Do I have that right?
Correct. I'm sorry, I'm Southern, so I.
Well, that's
I have-
essentially what Haley's saying as well, right? That we'd be writing code to clarify what our R7 zone allows, but this project would not qualify.
Well, you know, we all agreed with this last week, that what Joel's saying is true, but we all agreed that it was either something we missed and we should have done something different with our townhome code and allowing the zero lot lines, or we got to accept a rental. And Joel, I'm not acceptable with a full rental complex like you are. So I'm sorry. I'm okay with just allowing the exception and moving forward with the way it is. And I think the commercial, the residential is just a technicality. They're not going to put another building there. I think we're making a big deal out of something that's not a big deal.
Lisa and I consulted in the back about the notice requirements for architectural review. It's in section 10-12-3, the review process. It's just a comparison of the site plan to city code and make sure it complies. That kind of decision does not require notice in a hearing, other than the 24-hour notice for something agended on a public meeting. So that could be amended for the meeting that occurs in 2 days, and the planning commission could consider it then.
Thank you for looking into that. I appreciate that. Well, I tend to lean with Blair on this. It's a technicality on this acreage. I don't think that sliver of land equates giving away the farm.
That's not what I'm saying, just for the record. What I'm saying is if we go exactly what Blair just said, we are giving them the exception of all the setbacks of what we would maybe require of a different development. And if we're going to do that, then are there things that we would like in return? For example, a masonry wall along the east end where high markets instead of a chain link fence, more plants and that are localized. I feel like there's a better exterior of those homes, because you can promise for fireplaces all you want, but they've already approved the site plans exactly as you have listed. They're just your typical townhome. There is some negotiating here that we can do if we really truly want a better product and a better development. There are some things that we can ask of right here.
Then we should ask them.
That's what I'm trying to get to. But, you know, I think that there's some things that we can do to make this development a little more a little more, just more. That we're saying, oh, this is just not a big deal. Let's just go ahead and pass it. They've been waiting a long time.
But that's not necessarily what I'm saying either. I'm just saying that we've spent so much time talking about this. I'd rather us get to a point where we're making some decisions and some headway on this, because we've already discussed this for over an hour. So I would love for us to come to an agreement on
Well,
what we're
that's what I
going
was
to
asking
do.
Sky earlier, as far as these other options, if he would be willing to wait, and that wasn't really something he was necessarily
No,
willing to do.
I'd rather have a vote tonight is what I'm asking for. Because the only thing I see I'm out of compliance on is the zoning boundary. So if I need to redraw to code, I'll do that. I feel like I'm trying with the development agreement that I've proposed was something that I took directly from what the council asked for, and that's what you have before you. So I would rather have a vote tonight. That's all I'm asking for.
I have a question on if we vote, the masonry wall that we talked about, it's still showing the 3 rail fence on this site plan and where it's tied to the site plan.
Yes, so this is the original application that needs to be considered with the application that they sent in. That buffer yard is something that you, as a legislative body, can make a determination on your approvals. So when you make your approvals, if that is something that you wish to change, then you would make those a condition upon the approval. So that's why it hasn't changed in there, because it's still the original application that has to be considered, and that's something that you can amend because that's your purview. So I want to clarify the buffer yard. It is different than what the code says, even without the berm and the 3 rail fence, and meaning they're fronting all the buffer yard from the residential side to the commercial, where the buffer yard code asks for it to be on the commercial side leading up to the residential. So they flipped that, and so that's a variation, and then the berm is the variation as well. So that's something that you would have to specifically, if you want to change what's on there and change what the recommendation, or go in an opposite direction from what the recommendation is, you can make that with your motion.
So just to clarify, what you're saying that the berm is, or the berm wall, whatever, is
what they're presenting.
not against the commercial? I mean, it looks like
the wall itself is against the commercial. The berm and the wall is against the commercial. What the buffer yard states is that you have to have 20 feet of landscaping leading up to a wall that is on the boundary line. That's from the commercial side to the residential. So what they've proposed is the commercial side doesn't have that. They have maybe 3 to 5 feet of landscaping on their side, but on the residential side, they have the remainder of the berm. So they're requesting that to be flipped from what a traditional commercial buffer yard would be.
So if we require the masonry wall, do they need to get that approved, the drawings of that approved or anything, or how does that work?
No, they would just, that's something administratively, because you have the condition of approval, as long as the updated landscaping drawings has that indicated, then we would be able to continue that application through.
And we don't mind the wall one or the other on our side. Whatever you want to condition is fine. Originally, the berm and the short fence was liked by some certain council members and staff, so that's why we drew it in there. But if this decision is different now, I'm more than happy to do the code masonry wall. I don't think it's as appealing, but I understand your concern about safety, so we're fine to commit to that. It's completely up to you as a council.
I think that the berm and the fence are appealing. However, with the drive-throughs and headlights, that's really what the masonry wall, it creates a really nice boundary between the two. So I think we need to have the masonry wall. I think it's great if you want to put the fence closer to commercial and leave more of the buffer in the residential, I think that's fine. So as far as that goes, I would still prefer to see the masonry wall.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And then,
Do we have to define where that masonry wall would be in our amended motion?
I don't think so. In the code, it requires it on near the property line. And so because you didn't make an exception to that, we would make sure.
We might want some landscaping on one side of it rather than it be just a stark wall. But that can be a discussion later.
The exception that you're granting is that you're allowing the landscape portion of the buffer to be on the residential side instead of the commercial.
For a little bit bigger backyards, basically.
Our code says that the buffer yard, the landscape portion of the buffer yard should be on the commercial side. And so the wall will be in the same location. It's just where are you allowing the buffer to be?
Yeah, that's nicer for the yards.
Now, on the landscaping plan, it did show trees and then bushes, and then trees and then bushes. I thought the buffer zone specifically said that it had to be trees every 20 feet.
I think every 25 feet, yes.
25 feet.
So,
For a 20-foot depth.
Yeah. And just because I don't want the open bushes to be right across from where the cars are spotlighting. So, yeah, I don't think that part of it should be changed. It should have to meet the code on that. I don't know if that was the intent. I just saw that that's how they have it on their plan.
I'll have to double check the measurements.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, I think we need to push this along. I think we need a motion here. You beat this thing up pretty bad. Almost 11 o'clock.
Well, I would love,
Blair, you got a motion?
yeah, Blair, what do you have to say?
I'll let someone else make a motion.
I make a motion that we continue this at the next city council meeting.
I'll second.
The motion, and we have a second.
Okay, clarifying question. What are we continuing it for? And I know that's really dumb maybe to ask right now, but I want to make sure that we don't come back at our next council meeting and do this all over again, because that means we just wasted an hour and a half.
So that we can see the architectural plan of what the outside is going to be, meeting what the mayor has asked for, so that it looks as a gateway to our city should.
I don't know that we have, I mean, that's not our decision.
Yeah, we can't do that on the residential. So I hear you on the commercial, 100%. I wish the legislature wouldn't have taken away our ability on residential. But we can't hold them to that.
We can in a development agreement.
Legislative.
But not
It will take
administrative.
No,
Right.
but it will take a public notice.
Remember why we got to this point by council members not being willing to do a development agreement a long time ago?
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because when that came forward, that was 75 units and a development agreement. We got it down to 62 and we weren't going to get any lower than 75. So I'll take the 62, but here we are with a development agreement.
It was 63.
It was 60.
63.
75.
It was 63.
Either way, I feel that there was some, we all have the same goal. Again, a development agreement in this case is what's going to help us, because our code sucks. And if I would have known that our code was so sucky at that time, then maybe I would have changed. Actually, I wouldn't have, because honestly, this is like a 95 residential to 5% commercial. And that's never what I would have at least done 80-20, but we can keep bantering back and forth about what we should have, could have done.
I don't want to continue this. We didn't even go over everything that was in the development agreement, quite frankly. I don't want to be here anymore. But for us to just say, let's continue it, then I'm like, why the hell didn't I go to bed an hour ago?
Well, but at the same time, I also don't want to,
Just
because we're
approve it.
tired, just to rush through it. And that's
I
why- that's why
agree.
no, I'm
We're
saying
all
that's
here
why-
putting the time in.
No, I know. I just said, that's why I wanted to go on and continue it.
I'd rather a no or a yes if there's a possibility than a continuance. I don't want to continue on that. I'd rather reapply per the zone.
Okay, we've got a motion and we've got a second, so we need to vote on that. So let's begin with Councilman Halverson.
No?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails 3-2.
Okay, what else is in the development agreement that we need to review?
The main issue that I had, like I said, was just the taking all authority away from us to be able to interact and continue being involved in this process. Where it actually states, basically, it's a rubber stamp from that point on.
Okay.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Perhaps it's a clarification that we need to make on the staff side. The intent of that section, as with all code, is that if an application meets current city code, as the city council, you need to approve that as an administrative item. So maybe it needs a little more clarification there, but that was the intent of that paragraph.
So we have resolution 22 and 23, which is a number of different things. We have our approved final plat, the improvement plans, and the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit doesn't have any conditions set. I was kind of confused by that. Are there no recommendations of any conditions?
In our conditional use section, there's no conditions that we could have placed on the commercial units
Okay.
that were available. So no.
So, and the improvement plans would be what? We have the approved final plat. What would be the improvement plans?
That would be the utility improvements, the street improvements, those improvements to the site.
Okay, so, and then the phasing, we, in paragraph E, does everyone feel okay about the phasing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Blair?
Yes.
And then keep in mind, G is the one that then gives away the part of the residential. Or sorry, yeah, it gives away part of the commercial to make residential. That's G.
But it, okay.
I'm sorry, this
I'm
is
just saying that
probably
that's part of the development
a
agreement.
stupid question, but the development agreement isn't on the agenda. Am I missing that? Or
It
is
was
that part
it was
of
Jamie's
the,
email.
I know,
As
but
an addendum to the
it's the
packet as well.
addendum. Oh, that's right.
I didn't have any other concerns with the development agreement other than the ones we've already discussed. And the G that Joe was just mentioning, you know, it's a technicality, so
Because
we're not
it,
going to change any zoning lines, so
it wouldn't change the project
no,
at all.
no. They did add the pedestrian safety extension as Exhibit F. I appreciate that.
I do too.
Agreed.
So, the exhibit, sorry, I'm trying to pull this up. So the exhibit B, B is the rezone ordinance of the
agreement?
Yes. And then the C is the site plan. So if there's anything to the site plan, we need to include that in the motion. Like, for example, the masonry wall, that needs to be included because otherwise it's a site plan as is. And then exhibit, I'm sorry, exhibit E says phasing plan, but there's not an exhibit. Is that just written out in the verbal part?
Let me walk through the exhibits, and I'll couple it with an apology to Councilman Soderquist because I was in meetings and didn't see your email until right before this meeting began. But there are a few of the exhibits that relate to documents that would be approved today and then inserted into the development agreement. So the legal description, we would need to insert. The ordinance we have, that's Exhibit B. The site plan is Exhibit C. That's what you would approve today that would then go in as that exhibit. Exhibit D is the future resolution authorizing execution of the development agreement. And so that would be something you would ratify at a later meeting by resolution. And then E would be the phasing plan. The phasing plan is taken directly from the application that went for the Planning Commission, the original one. And it's just a PDF copy of that exact document. It's the one that was displayed during the last council meeting and that
That's the 30
Councilman
homes
Halverson
and the,
requested be included. And then the pedestrian improvement, I inserted as an image into the document itself, and so it's there.
So we can do a development agreement on our, okay, just trying to sum this up. So if we approve this, we could do, and I totally agree with you, Haley. It's really crappy to write code specific for development. It's not ideal. I don't like it. I don't think it's anything that the city should try to do. But as our council has said, it would just be for this specific development. And the rest of our code would not have to follow this.
yeah, yes, and we would get just what they're proposing in return.
And with your discomfort in that regard, Councilwoman Alberts, I think what I would recommend is make that zoning decision as an addendum to this development agreement, but do the notice and public comment process. And then it would be what I would term a site-specific zoning decision that would only apply to this project and not to anything else. And then if you want to make a general amendment to the R7 zone, you could do that and have that be included in the zone text for any future R7 development.
That makes sense.
And does that have to be part of a motion?
No, that would not have to be part of the motion today.
Thank
So
you.
if you approve, assuming you approve the development agreement as drafted, it states an intent to do a future rezone. That's not an obligation. It just states that you intend to do it. And then if you do it, an intent on the part of the developer or the applicant to apply that rezone and try to replat. But it doesn't obligate either side to accept what the rezone is because we don't know what it will look like until you do that work.
So Sky, do you want to give us a masonry wall between Highmark and your project?
No,
Okay. Answer's no unless you ask.
no problem.
Don't want to go somewhere. Their way or
Would that not be required by code?
No.
A school is not?
It's city property.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the city property is right next to it, and the city property actually is the higher zone. So it's the city property is a commercial highway zone and not a residential zone. And so if we were to do any improvements to that site, we would be required to put the masonry fence between the residential zone and the commercial highway zone.
Okay, thank you.
So by means of doing this, shouldn't we do the planning, or I mean, the plat approval first? Eliminating all the things?
It's all one resolution we have to do.
Is it?
Yeah, this one is one resolution.
That's
Haley's
why
right.
it's so tricky.
What do you mean, Joel, when you?
As in, basically separating, because I think there's some changes that we want to make to the plat, like the buffer zone and the slatted fence thing, and of course the changing of the zone. But at the same time, I have really I'm not going to vote yes to giving away all of the approval from here on out, which is that section B.
I want to clarify the buffer zone is not necessarily a plat item. It's a landscape design.
Isn't a
approval.
site plan?
Site plan landscape. So you're approving that. So the planning commission approved the site plan and gave the recommendation for you to approve the buffer yard or I don't want to say variance because that's a different meaning for a different thing, exception. And so that's what you can approve by not saying anything, like just approving the resolution, then you would approve it as the planning commission recommended it. But by adding it as a condition on approval to change that on the architectural site plan or the site plan for the landscape plan. Does that make sense there? So it's not a plat approval, it's amending the site plan.
So, and Blair, just so I understand, you favor grandfathering them in or creating a code just for them that will allow them to have ownership, but no setbacks or whatever.
I still disagree that we couldn't just put it in this development agreement. I've done enough research on that I still don't know why it can't just be in the development agreement, even though I don't think that had to be public notice, but I'll leave that to Jamie, and he gets paid more than I do. So,
okay, so he's telling us that we need to do it this way. So, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I am, and because my biggest thing was the phasing. So, I think it can be. Even to Joel's, if we want to take out the one paragraph in the development agreement that talks about that we don't have, is it item G, Joel? That could be added as one of the others. If you read the amended motion, it could be added in the other item and it can be taken care of that way.
Okay. And Mayor, stop me if I'm stepping on your toes, but one thing we could do is try to rework that paragraph D right now to something that's acceptable to the council.
Are we saying B, D, or G?
It's D, it's paragraph.
D is in
it's
dog. Okay, thank you.
Section 2, paragraph D, and it's on
Got it, thank you.
the second page of the development agreement. And I'll just state the intent when we drafted the section was when you make the site plan approval today, then the applicant begins taking steps toward turning dirt and putting things into the ground. And so they asked to have a provision in the agreement that would prevent the council, when it does the rezone, from changing things that would already be built.
But isn't that already grandfathered? What kind of things would we be able to change if that paragraph wasn't in there?
Well,
Maybe is a better way
I
to
think
ask it.
you couldn't expect them to apply to replat the property if the rezoning required changes to things that they had already done. Anyway, I'm stating the intent behind the paragraph. If you don't think it gets to that and it needs to be reworded, then maybe what we can do is massage the language a little bit and see if we can get to a place where you're comfortable and the developer's comfortable.
I guess what I'm asking is, I'm concerned for it coming from a layman's stance. I mean, I'm more than willing to recognize my ignorance in it. So if it says, for purposes of this agreement, new architectural requirements, changes, setbacks, landscaping work, is that stuff that we would be able to change anyways?
You would not be able to change it anyway. So all it's saying is once you approve the site plan today, then the site plan would remain. The only thing that would change on the site plan is the drawing of the lot lines, but not the site plan itself.
And sorry, when you talk about giving away future ability to make changes, typically final approval happens and there's nothing that happens from there. We are still having a couple of pieces of conversation, but the idea is that this is the approval of what the layout looks like.
Yeah, so
we're not changing that. And so it's just the lines on the map to create the law.
The one thing that I was thinking was, okay, they have to have the wall put in for the retaining wall, and it has to meet certain criteria. And if something changes on that, whether it's goes too far back, it's going to have to be reinforced X way, it's going to have to, whatever, I don't know. That to me seems like would have to be a change in the way they're doing it. And this would stop us from being involved in that process. I don't even know, again, I'm just saying as a layman, I don't know. So please advise.
Yeah,
I was talking to Jamie.
Thank you. Well played. I will say that there are times where a site plan is approved, the council makes the legislative decision, or I should say administrative decision to approve the site plan. And then as they turn that into construction documents, that there are those types of minor elements, but that's not a change to the approval. And so there is that type of a process that happens. But the idea of what this paragraph is saying is that you're making the decision tonight about the layout, and changing of the lot lines and what property can be bought and sold is the remaining decision to be made, but not the layout. That's not what changes.
Right.
So that's what that paragraph is identifying.
Okay, so does anybody else have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, then,
With the paragraph
defer.
as is written?
yeah,
Paragraph D.
No.
No.
okay, then I withdraw it.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yes,
And I'll need a little help as I go through this.
that's fine, Willie.
I make the motion that we approve the final application for the South Beaver Gateway development with the following conditions or recommendations.
What's the resolution number?
Oh,
2223.
2223. Thank you. The following conditions or recommendations with an administrative development agreement that we've been reviewing between the developer and the city to address the phasing requirement and the intent to pursue application for a plat amendment when it allows, and with the addition of changing the buffer yard or addition of the buffer yard masonry wall of 6 foot height, but can be in the location as currently shown as a fence on the site plan. Was there anything else that was being modified?
Blair, anything else?
Any other concerns on the site plan that we needed to include?
The trees.
He meets code, so we can't ask them now without a development agreement.
Oh,
Legislative.
a masonry wall would be really nice on the east side of those guys. I would agree with everybody.
It would be really
On this
great.
side?
He said no.
I know he said no.
But we
I'm
can
just
put it in
telling you.
our-
We can't put it in this development agreement. It would be a legislative development agreement.
Yep.
Did Blair just second that?
I second that.
So we have a motion, we have a second. We'll begin with Councilman Dills. Roll call vote.
No.
No, on the basis that I feel it doesn't meet code.
Yes, from the standpoint it agrees in principle with what we agreed upon a week ago, minus the zone, which would be a technicality. So yes.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
Okay. Motion passes 3 votes to 2 nays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone drive home safe. I've got 3 hours left to pull off on the side of the highway. I've got to go home now.
Be careful.
Be careful. Drive
you.
safe.
Okay, next we need an approval for City Hall and lift station generator purchases.
Mayor, may I make a question? Is this something that needs to be addressed tonight, or can it be continued forward? How soon do you have to do that?
It could be continued. This purchase is one of those items that has been budgeted already, and because it passes the threshold of the $10,000, the council has to approve the spend. We've got everything prepared, but it's a
Okay.
54-week lead time, so we wanted to order as soon as we could.
No, thanks for the clarification. I think it's a simple one. Very simple request.
Yeah, okay.
Go 20 minutes.
Any other discussions? If not, let's have a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion, we approve the City Hall and lift station generator purchases. Do I need a total price altogether? To Precision Power
29,
in the amount of
that's page 354.
$39,433.25.
Wait,
Page 352.
69,000.
Sorry, guys, 352. Okay, Mayor, I'd like to start my motion again and move to approve the purchase of lift station for City Hall generators. That didn't look. City Hall and lift station generator purchases in the amount of $69,308.25 to Precision Power Inc.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Do we need a roll call on this or just consensus?
Consensus is fine.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay, discussion item, noise ordinance. Do we want to discuss that tonight?
I move that we continue it.
Okay,
But the Jake breaks.
on to reports. Any new business anyone has? We need to discuss tonight?
Oh, I'll second the continuance.
Do we need a vote on that?
Need a motion.
Discussion?
Yeah.
To continue it.
Okay. Got a motion to continue that. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, reports. Any new business anyone like to bring up? Okay, council and staff, any reports you'd like to make?
I will give one item of report, and that is staff met today and went over a legislative review from the Utah League of Cities and Towns of all of the state legislative items that affect us and created an action item list of the things that we need to do based on what happened in the last legislative session. And I'm happy to report there were only 3 main items. That is a very small number based on what typically happens from a legislative review. So we've already assigned those out to staff members on how to move those things forward. So.
Okay. Anything else? Look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Good night, Blair.
Have a good night.
Night,
Take care.
Blair.